IRS, whether it's 5,000, 50,000, or 500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Toyota Bond. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, January 12th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden ordering strikes against Houthi rebels in Yemen, a response to repeated attacks on commercial and military ships in the Red Sea. Fox's Jared Halpern with more.
Significant action, a senior administration official says, targeted Houthi missiles, radar, and drone capabilities across Yemen. The official says President Biden directed the strikes following the largest barrage of drone and missile attacks from Houthi fighters to date earlier this week. A senior military official says the targets were specific, designed to reduce the risk of collateral damage and disrupt and degrade the Houthis' capabilities to carry out attacks in the Red Sea. In a statement, President Biden says he will not hesitate to defend lives and protect the free flow of commerce in the face of continued threats. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Fox's Trey Inks tells us the Houthis are vowing to strike back.
The region is bracing for the possibility of Houthi retaliation following those strikes. We understand around a dozen took place, conducted by both the United States and the United Kingdom, along with their key allies. This followed months of attacks by Houthi forces that started in mid-October against commercial shipping vessels in the Red Sea. The United States says around 27 of those attacks took place. U.S. forces were shooting down cruise missiles and drones that were launched by the Houthis.
Meanwhile, Russia is requesting an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council later today to discuss the military strikes on Yemen. The first in the nation caucus coming up on Monday, but Iowa caucus goers are in for a blast of winters. We hear from Fox's Jill Nato.
Much of Iowa's been dealing with back-to-back snowstorms, and forecasters say this Monday, caucus day, it's going to get brutally cold. Is that going to keep some voters from getting out to the caucuses?
I don't like this bitter cold. It's very dangerous.
It would take a lot for us not to go. I think we'll go.
But National Weather Service meteorologist Alexis Jimenez in Des Moines warns that
looking at wind chill forecast, especially in the morning hours, we're looking at minus 30 degrees for wind chills and not improving too much through the day and the evening hours.
And the Weather Service says those kinds of temperatures can produce frostbite in a matter of minutes. Jill Nato, Fox News.
The President of the United States heads to Pennsylvania today to talk up Bidenomics.
The White House says that President Biden will visit the Allentown area, meeting with small business owners. And like his recent trip to Milwaukee, he'll tout Bidenomics and his economic agenda.
Thanks to the resilience and grit of the community and President Biden's policies, Allentown is making a comeback, as are many other towns around the country.
National Economic Advisor Lael Brainard, Bureau of Labor Statistics show Allentown's unemployment rate 6.5% when President Biden took office. It ballooned to 20%, now at 4% post-pandemic, as the president looks to recapture the state of Pennsylvania like he did in 2020, though when prices of everything were lower. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Cioli.
For God's sake, we don't need Rich's running commentary during a live news event. Just shut your pie hole for once. Geesh, what has the station devolved to? Here's the thing. My show, my rules. If I want to talk over this, I'm talking over this. Marcus Aurelius says, I like Rich's running commentary at the press conference, but then again, I like the smell of bus fumes. That's fair. Thank you very much for listening. We appreciate that.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 8:30. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday night at 8:30 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinycans.com.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. That NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Mark Humberland and Deanne Katsaris this Saturday night at 9:30. Find out why it's still a great time to buy or sell a home. Listen to a special edition of Good News in Real Estate this Saturday night at 9:30.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets open later this morning, looking to bounce back from a slightly down week. Wall Street's worst since Halloween. The Dow lost nearly 0.6% last week, while the S&P 500 lost just over 1.5%, and the Nasdaq lost 3.25%. The indices were all up Friday after a stronger than expected jobs report. The Labor Department says there were 216,000 jobs created last month, more than expected, while the unemployment rate held steady at 3.7%. The forecast had been for 170,000 new jobs. And on Sunday, China announced sanctions on 5 American defense-related companies in response to U.S. arms sales to Taiwan and U.S. sanctions on Chinese companies and individuals. However, those sanctions are mostly symbolic, since American defense companies normally don't sell to China. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Fox Cross America radio show host, stand-up comedian, and author Jimmy Fallon has another job now, too, hosting Fox News Saturday Night with Jimmy Fallon. That debuts tomorrow, January 13th. There's a new book out January 30th called Cancel Culture Dictionary, an A to Z guide to winning the war on fun, and a stand-up special streaming on Fox Nation now called They're Just Jokes.
Do you know how hard it is to fit in at a cable news channel as a cab driver who dresses like an overweight figure skater? It's not easy. It's not easy, okay? And here's the truth. I'm good at it. I'm actually really good at it. The problem is I still have a lot of dirtbag friends. That's the issue.
And some of those friends will no doubt be watching the news show tomorrow night.
Wow, Fox News Saturday Night with Jimmy Fallon is a cable news keg party. That's the hook. That's what we're calling it.
It's on Fox News Channel, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Reason being, okay, as a comic, for real, this is like the one serious point I'm going to make while we're here, is I feel like comedy, specifically late night comedy, is actually hurting the country in a weird way right now because it's become very partisan. And I considered late night comedy growing up to be like the #1 source of common culture, meaning you could turn it on at the end of the day to kind of escape the news.
Everybody watched Carson. He would make jokes about the news, but he kind of took both sides.
It wasn't so much that you didn't know where he stood, it's that you didn't care. Okay, it was like a permission slip to go wherever you wanted to for an hour. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to give back to the culture an autonomous zone. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So just for an hour. Like the show will end and the Sunday shows will start a few hours later and everybody can hate each other again. But I just want to be the timeout step. That's it.
Let's go back 47 years.
Yeah.
Childhood, how'd you get into stand-up, how'd you start driving a cab?
I had a 5th grade teacher who told me to watch Carson, Mrs. Pascana. And listen, it's Levittown. She might have been day drunk. But she was like, no, you should watch it. You should do it. She knew I wasn't going to do my homework. She's like, you might as well give him something to do. And she had told me to watch it. And from that day forward, I just always wanted to do it. And the way I actually got into comedy from my childhood, I guess, ambition to actually doing it, this is interesting.
How old when you first got on stage?
27. Okay, so 20 years ago. Yeah, really late. And I wouldn't have did it. So my parents married 30 years. They got divorced, and I was at a play. My buddy Steve Robbins was in a play at New York Tech University, and I noticed his divorced mom in the audience on a Friday night, and I was like, man, it would be cool if my mom had something to do, because she was sad. She just got divorced. So I went to an open mic, and then it just kind of turned into a thing. Now, I mean, I was so good that I spent the next 10 years driving a yellow cab.
You got book deals along the way. How'd that work out?
So there was a CBS broadcaster by the name of Charles Osgood who hosts CBS Sunday Morning and Horton Hears a Who and all that jazz. I picked him up in a cab one day, and he was a Yankee fan. Like, we became fast friends talking about the Yankees, because I used to just deal whoever got into whatever was happening in my life. Yeah. So that's the way that's how this, the Yankees got to trade Sheffield. You think so? And, and then we got into it, and we talked, and he was explained who he was, and said he didn't do anything in comedy, but he would love to support me in any way he could and that he published. So he had asked me for, like a sample chapter. I wrote it. It was great because he called me up and he's like, this is fascinating stuff. I don't want it anywhere near what I do. It's like, so he started an imprint. It was called Big Top Press. And I believe that's the only book that they ever published. Let's claim the fame. But Osgood has always been like some quiet muscle behind the operation since about 2010.
So you ended up here at Fox writing for Kennedy.
Yes.
Did you know her before? Did you just apply for a job?
So the jump on that, neither. I was doing stand-up at Gotham Comedy Club down on 23rd and 7th, and her booker at the time, Andrew Heaton, saw me and invited me to come be a panelist on her show the next day. And, I took him at his word that it was a serious thing, but I was still at that point not a full-time cabbie, but I was doing 7-day leases, which means you lease the cab, drive it whenever you want, but you're not working your traditional, okay?
Right.
So the first time I appeared here for real, I had a cab double parked on 6th Avenue, trunk up, doors open, hazards on, because that's how you get out of the parking ticket. If it looks like you're hauling something, they'll let you pay. So I did hit on her show, and on the way out, it was me, her, I believe, Kaylee McEnany, and I was like, nice to meet you. I got to go. I got to get my cab. And they were like, but there's nobody in it. And I was like, no. I meant, it's my cab. Like, I can give you a ride home. And that's how it started. And then from there, paneling on her show, her writer left, and they invited me to come on and write the show.
What was the learning curve like to do the radio show? And another thing is this. 3-hour show a day.
Yep.
Give or take. There's commercials and stuff. You've got to have takes on stuff.
Yep.
Hot takes on stuff that you might, as a civilian, not have really cared about.
Ever.
But you've got to, that's the job.
Yep. So there's two philosophies I take to talk radio. I'm either dissecting the story through how does this affect you, the guy listening to me, or what is my horse sense on the human function in this story. So to give you an example, Hunter Biden shows up to a hearing where he's potentially being held in contempt for defying a subpoena, which is a lot trendier than the Republicans are making it sound. Let's not act like they're throwing a perfect game on subpoena attendance, but we get it, okay? So in that moment, I don't actually have any legal acumen, but I likened it to the fact that I know he's not actually going to have to testify if he shows up. So it's a little bit of a posturing move. So I was kind of dissecting that through the lens of this is the classic example of a guy outside a bar who once the cop shows up acts like he wants to fight because he knows he won't have to.
Hold me back.
Thank you. That's exactly. So that's what that's usually the two lanes through which I'm filtering politics because I need to make it interesting to me. And I don't want to make it wonky because I think my superpower is that I say this a lot on the radio is that I don't have one. I think the fact that I don't talk with such a heightened intellect makes me more relatable.
Sure. Did you care a lot or at all about news? You were a news follower.
I grew up in a big Reagan house. I grew up in Levittown and
Long Island, New York.
Yeah, Strong Island. And everybody in the OG Levittown was some served in the military because it was predominantly settled by guys returning home from World War II, buying houses, GI Bill and stuff like that. And everybody in my house post-military was a cop. I'm the only member of my family. It's not a cop. Only male member. I'm talking extended cousins, uncles, everything. And I say like I would have been a cop if it weren't for this thing called a background check, that whole thing. Hey-o. But the point is, I had a lot of patriotism beat into me as an early age because Reagan was president. In '86, they were refurbishing the Statue of Liberty, and it was a big deal to get the scaffolding off. And that was like the whole focus of my 3rd grade year was like America, land of opportunity, melting pot, all the cliches. But like I bought in. Like I was surrounded by veterans, so I was into it. And for that reason, I always paid attention to electoral politics, big general elections. I didn't really, I knew Cuomo was a governor. I knew who Ed Koch was, but I wasn't following it day to day. I didn't start to follow it till I drove a cab. And the reason being is driving a taxi is the original social media. And what I mean by that is someone gets in and shares an opinion with you, and then you wind up sharing with someone else who shares it with someone else. It's weird.
Yeah.
And you have it's like a human like button. But in a cab, you get a dislike button. Like people will get in. So it was always fun, but I've kind of got slowly, there was this gravitational pull that I guess took me to where I am now in terms of intellectual curiosity.
You got a stand-up special on Fox Nation, too. What's it called? They're Just Jokes?
They're Just Jokes.
They're Just Jokes. That's already out.
Yep.
And you make a joke in there about Fox domesticating you.
Yes.
Because, you obviously can say things on stage or in your personal life that you can't say on the radio. Do you find yourself when you're because sometimes when you have a job like this, you're talking while you're still thinking of the next thing to say.
Yeah.
How often do you find yourself going, oh, I'm going down a road I probably shouldn't be going down here on the radio?
This is what's weird. So not as much as you'd think, and this comes from being a comic and testing out material. What happens is really weird, but if you've performed enough, you know if the audience is going to laugh at a new joke 3 words into the sentence, because you can tell how it feels. Yeah. And it's the greatest thing in the world when the joke doesn't work, because the rest of the words are like, I'm not going out there. Like, it's too late. We started the sentence. And because of that, that little, that firewall, on the radio, it's weird, but you can gauge where you're going, for me anyway. It's slower in my head than it is in my mouth. So I actually am like probably 4 or 5 sentences ahead, and I don't find myself saying something without it having been vetted. And one of the things I do, though, you're
internally vetting it.
Yes.
While your mouth is 15 seconds ahead.
100%. It's like I'm on delay. Yeah. And one of the things I do on radio a lot is I play a lot of my own drops, audio drops, and in those moments, that's a chance to recalibrate. So if I do, to the point you said, which is like, oh, Jimmy's really going off on one here. You know, Jimmy can play a sound effect from his kid and be like, oh, hold on now. You do need to support this kid.
Right. You got a book coming out later this month, the Cancel Culture Dictionary. Chapters in there about canceling entertainers and being able to keep enjoying the art and, you know,
separate the art from the artist.
Exactly. Yeah. Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, Louis C.K. Look, if Billie Jean comes on the radio, I'm going to say, wow, this is a banger, but it seeps in. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with Louis now. It's the same thing if the Cosby Show comes on. Where those people's artistic legacy,
it's tainted.
It is tainted.
Yep. I think it depends on the person, and what I don't mean the artist, I mean you yourself, because music to a lot of people means a lot of different things. But for me, a lot of those songs are nostalgia songs. So I don't hear Michael Jackson and think of him, groping kids. I just think of being a kid. Yeah. You know, I think of like when they made the Thriller video. Okay, I actually consumed it like it was a horror film. And I remember they made the making of, and it was a real thing. I mean, looking back on Thriller, I think the most shocking detail was the fact that he had a girlfriend. I don't think it was the werewolf. I mean, we could buy a werewolf, and I'm like, Michael's dating a girl. But so for me, that's where it goes. Now, for like somebody like R. Kelly, who I didn't listen to until, not really listen to him a lot, but I didn't hear him until my adult life, his music brings me closer to the crime. Because I consumed it in closer proximity. Cosby, and this one breaks my heart, I consider the success of the Cosby Show around like 85, 86, like peak America. Because I feel like we were as integrated as we had ever been up until that point in our life. The Bears had taken the NFL into pop culture with the Super Bowl Shuffle. Eddie Murphy was a big star. MTV was exploding. And it was like a feel-good time. Yeah. And I hate to know that, like, the face of that party, you know, was what it was. But I think, you know, for a lot of people, there's that duality. I don't watch a lot of Cosby, so I don't miss it, but I'll always, like, I'm going to bump into my TV show on Michael Jackson songs. It's just reality. Yeah. And maybe I'm, again, out of touch because I wasn't cute enough for these guys. Maybe if I was a little cuter as a kid, it would be more traumatic.
All right, Jimmy Fallon, host of Fox Across America on your radios. Fox News Saturday Night on the Fox News Channel coming up this weekend. Congratulations. And also the new book coming out later this month, The Cancel Culture Dictionary. Jimmy, good to talk to you, man.
Good stuff, Chris. We'll always have this.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
It's obvious. The unthinkable continues. Most Americans know something very wrong is happening. People in charge keep telling you that everything's fine and to stop noticing. But you know better. That's why self-reliant folks are investing in emergency food storage. And you should too. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, are the ones you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $200 on each 3-month food kit you purchase. My Patriot Supply also sells solar generators, gravity-powered water filters, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship that same day and arrive quickly on your doorstep in unmarked boxes. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. Time is running out to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you haven't switched to Medi-Share yet, 2 big reasons to at least consider it and why it makes so much sense right now. Number one is inflation, which is just affecting everything. It just makes sense to say, okay, where can I actually save? Well, you can save a lot in one fell swoop if you switch to Medi-Share. The typical family saves $500 a month. Secondly, your conscience. Medi-Share members aren't forced to pay for things they don't support or believe in, and that's a big deal for a lot of people right now. They want their money to actually help people. And one more reason, you can trust Medi-Share. It's been the gold standard for healthcare sharing for more than 30 years. It works, and members love it, too. It has double the member satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. So now's a great time to consider making the switch, and they are very easy to talk to. Medi-Share has great customer service. You can call now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here's the number. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week, use public transportation like buses or trains, combine errands to make fewer trips, and take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. U.S. and U.K. military is hitting a total of 60 Houthi targets at 16 locations in Yemen. Fox's Trey Yingst.
This followed months of attacks by Houthi forces that started in mid-October against commercial shipping vessels in the Red Sea. The United States says around 27 of those attacks took place. There were a variety of targets hit, including radar systems and cruise missile and ballistic missile launch points.
Russia calling for an emergency UN meeting today. Closing arguments Thursday in Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York.
Trump unexpectedly spoke on his own behalf in court when Justice Arthur Engoron told Trump's attorneys to control him as the former president maintained his innocence, saying he's the victim of fraud and political persecution by New York Attorney General Letitia James.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots parted ways on Thursday. Belichick and team owner Robert Kraft making the announcement. Belichick won 6 Super Bowls over 24 seasons in New England, but the team hasn't won a playoff game since Tom Brady left and went 4-13 last season. In the college game, Alabama offensive coordinator Tommy Rees, Florida State head coach Mike Norvell, and Washington head coach Kayal DeBoer are the leading candidates to replace Nick Saban at Alabama after Saban's retirement Wednesday. That according to The Athletic. And Hot Stove News, the Yankees have agreed on a 2-year, $37 million deal with free agent pitcher Marcus Stroman. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mike.
Bill Belichick, 266 and 121 in the regular season as Patriots head coach. With him and Tom Brady together, 19 consecutive winning seasons, 17 division titles, 9 AFC championships, 6 Super Bowl rings. I don't know that we're going to see anything like that ever again. 31 postseason wins, the most of any coach in NFL history. Since Brady left, 3 out of the 4 seasons, losing seasons, culminating with his worst season since 1992 for the Patriots organization. His worst season with New England this past year. It was time for Bill Belichick. It has not only has it not been the same since Brady left, it's been awful. Honor Bill Belichick and understand his greatness and his place in NFL history while also acknowledging why this decision happened. And that's the last 4 years. 3 of those 4 years losing seasons since Tom Brady was no longer with the Patriots. And that's why we're here today. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Will Kane.
What's on your mind?
3 of the greatest of all time in college football and the NFL retire, while 2 octogenarians run the United States of America. Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, Bill Belichick. 3 septuagenarians, 3 of the greatest to ever do it, retired in a 36-hour window this week from college football and the NFL. Coaching in either college football and the NFL is an incredibly demanding job, and we just watched 3 of the greatest to ever do it. For my money, the greatest football coach of all time, college or pro, has been solidified as Nick Saban. But whether or not you're managing a salary cap, you're trying to win in a league designed to regress you to parity, you're dealing with free agency, as in the NFL, or you're trying to recruit 16-year-olds to join your program and working through the transfer portal not to lose them in 6 months in college football, coaching is incredibly demanding. And we just watched Carroll, Saban, and Belichick retire. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are approaching, if not over, the age of 80. Now, I don't think numbers matter, and certainly energy and acuity level are different for Biden and Trump. But it is of note, it is of interesting that no matter how demanding football is, it's more demanding to lead the United States of America. There are generational differences, energy differences, points of view differences between someone, say, in their 50s and someone in their 80s. And I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it is something to consider when these 3 football coaches in their early 70s say, enough, that the men we're looking to elect are approaching their 80s. For more on this, more in-depth analysis of this and other things, tune into the Will Kane podcast, which on Monday, we'll be going Monday through Thursday, live at foxnews.com and on Fox News YouTube channel at 12 Eastern Time. And as always, available right here in audio format at Fox News Podcasts.
There's no better time than the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com. Promo code CLAY to save 25%. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Rich. It's Yul. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
With the right treatment and support, recovery from addiction is not just possible, it is probable. Millions of Americans have gone on to live fulfilling lives in recovery from addiction. You can start your journey to recovery today. Call 1-800-662-4357 for drug and alcohol treatment and support services in your area. Recovery starts with a call. Contact 1-800-662-HELP today.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, January 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Social media, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. On a Friday in which we will be graced by the presence of the great Tony Bruno. Woo. At 8:30 this morning. as he was under the weather on Wednesday, but he said, you know what? Let's do it on Friday, and let's make it great. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory?
Yeah, buddy. Friday. Let's do this, right?
Kayal and Company hoodie on.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
With the jacket to boot.
Oh, yeah. It's cold, so.
It reeks of like a 3-day vacation for Stalker.
Why?
I get the sense that Stalker is ready to head off to the mountains and decompress.
He's a mountain man.
The mountain man. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today.
We're going to make today a great show, though.
We will. Big take coming up this morning on two staples, two institutions of the 90s.
Oh, I love this.
That are a shell of what they used to be.
Oh, boy.
Because of politics. We'll get to that this morning. Trump ratings are in. A town hall squashing as DJT and Fox roll over Nikki, Ron, and CNN.
That was your takeaway from this? I have a much different takeaway. So, interesting.
I think my second takeaway is probably the same as yours.
Gotcha.
As far as...
Yeah, no. We don't have to get into it now. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And I think you actually nailed the first number to a T.
I did.
Which is pretty remarkable. Hunter Biden's plea. Nikki's path to an upset. Courtesy of Politico. We will actually break down the direct path that it will take for her to shock the world. We'll get to that this hour. Also, Engeron, Letitia James, and the history in the making in the state of New York when it comes to Trump's civil trial. We will get to that. We've got Bruno, we've got the cut sheet, and a lot of good stuff today. But let's get to the news. I'm sure there is plenty to get to. 6:04, round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, January 12th edition. We're at 34 degrees right now, and I'll tell you, when another storm is packing a punch or preparing to pack a punch against us in our region. So this morning, Philadelphia police say they're investigating a shooting on a SEPTA platform. This is in Center City, Philadelphia. Happened last night about 9:30 at 15th Street Station in the westbound platform. Philadelphia police say this 16-year-old boy fired into a crowd and a 17-year-old was shot in his head. That victim, unresponsive, rushed to the hospital in critical condition this morning. So they're looking through all the SEPTA surveillance cameras, and there are cameras everywhere. Police say they took one teen believed to be the shooter into custody. A second person who was the suspected shooter was also taken into custody, and they found all those half dozen shell casing all across the scene. So riders at that point last night were forced to board all trains on the eastbound side of the platforms from 5th to 15th Street stations. So obviously a lot of chaos and violence involving teenagers and on SEPTA. And that really comes after what happened mid-morning yesterday, 11 o'clock yesterday. Sherelle Parker, who we had told you, she made some important appointments and announcements and named a new deputy in charge of, as we look at Kensington and the Kensington section, one of her key promises that she would clean up Kensington. She would clean up those open drug markets. So Sherelle Parker, our new mayor, making those announcements. But on the other side, DA Larry Krasner holding a news conference, holding court, and speaking out that he is filing in court and wants to sue the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because he blames Republicans in our legislature who have who have put through the law that a special prosecutor would have to now rule over SEPTA situations like this one. So that special prosecutor would be the one to investigate and would then take over, especially all the SEPTA violence. So Krasner says he's duly elected. This should not happen. Essentially, it usurps his power.
Yeah, well, this is happening because he doesn't use his power to prosecute crime. So Republican lawmakers are like, okay, let's create this separate position to kind of do, I think, essentially what Larry Krasner should be doing, but he's not doing. So now he's going to play like he's ticked off about it.
Yeah, so he was holding court, furious, obviously, about this. And as a matter of fact, saying that if a special prosecutor went forth and actually someone went on trial and was convicted, that could be overturned because he's claiming this is illegal. The only thing he didn't quite mention was that Governor Josh Shapiro, his fellow Democrat, signed this into law and could have done another, line item veto, chose not to.
Yeah, because even Shapiro probably realizes this guy's an incompetent boob.
So we will follow that one for you. But I think that what happened last night, that kind of shooting, bold like that among teenagers, and they seem to get away. They seem to think they can get away with it.
Right. It's a shame Krasner's term didn't expire the same day Kenny's did.
And that's to your point. I mean, he says he's duly elected. So utility crews across the country, as well as here in our region, still trying to restore power to thousands of customers left in the dark after a powerful storm obviously hit this week on Tuesday. So PECO trying to get customers back online before the next storm, which is this evening, hits our area. That's Friday and Saturday. So they are working, they say, hard. They actually brought in extra crews, extra people, so that they were coming from New York, Indiana, Florida, Chicago to try to help out. And so PECO and utility crews actually shorthanded. So they're trying to bolster their ranks, if you will, to bring in those extra crews and enhancing staff so that they could restore power to everybody, especially ahead of what's going to happen tonight. So I still don't have reports, and I'm knocking wood here. We talked about all the rescues. I don't have reports of severe injuries or, God forbid, fatalities due to these storms this week. And so there's a blessing, an upside in that one. But so many people flooded out, displaced, still working on this. And according to PECO, Chester County was the hardest hit, with thousands this morning still without power. And that's a good 3 days after the storm. So let's take a look at your forecast. It is an all-important one this morning. So today, as far as your day side before sunset, looks like 31 degrees and clear right now. And as we take you through it, it's really this evening as this front moves through. Mix of clouds and sun earlier in the day. So by all accounts, we're 48 degrees and a lovely morning, a lovely afternoon. But this evening, not so much. This evening is when the rainfall strikes. That's the problem. Heavy rain up to 2 more inches with the ground already saturated. And then overnight, that rain continues. So all of these coastal flood warnings, flood watches, warnings, those are all in effect for this evening for the entire area. And then tomorrow, you'll see the highs of mid-50s. And you say to yourself, what? Saturday looks pretty good. Well, except that it's Saturday earlier in the day. But that brings another front moving forth, and we will drop like a rock throughout the day. So by sunset on Saturday and then overnight, we're looking at freezing temperatures. It'll be cold. And then Sunday, bright sunny skies, 42 degrees. Monday, 32 degrees, sunny skies. And into Tuesday, we could see snow. On Tuesday. Finally, we might get a snow day.
Grocery stores are going to be mobbed.
So think about it. Monday is, of course, Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
And Eagles playoff day.
And so I think many people, I predict on Tuesday after Eagles and after the snow, I don't know, a lot of people might say, it's a snow day Tuesday.
Yeah, Stalker will turn it into a 4-day weekend.
4-day weekend.
I won't be in. I get the chicken pox. I get the chicken pox.
Oh, gosh. And speaking of that, the update on the measles outbreak that we've talked about, that is now extended into Montgomery County, Delaware County, with believed measles exposures. And so they're watching that. We had a long conversation about that, and we've reported a lot on it. But that measles situation, to your point, continues. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:12 Friday morning. Let's get to one more big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, how woke politics destroyed 2 institutions of the 90s. No matter if you were growing up in the 90s as a kid or if you were an adult, ESPN and Howard Stern were iconic staples in American entertainment and culture. Howard Stern, alongside of Rush Limbaugh, are probably the 2 most influential and impactful radio broadcasters in the history of the medium. ESPN in the 90s was a pop culture powerhouse that focused on delivering sports news and entertainment, and shows such as SportsCenter were a part of people's daily lives. Fast forward 25, 30 years later, and it's utterly embarrassing and pathetic what both have turned into. Personally, I think Donald Trump broke the brains of many people, political parties, media outlets, and institutions, and they haven't recovered. I believe ESPN and Howard Stern fall in that category. Both of these claims that I am making happen to center around a variety of hot topic issues lately that include Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, COVID, Dr. Fauci, Jimmy Kimmel, and Jeffrey Epstein and Epstein Island. But let me begin with ESPN. The four-letter network is still number one in sports, but they have taken a substantial decline since 2016. Why? Well, because they allowed identity politics and left-wing ideology to permeate their airwaves, and it's been a major disaster for the network. My rule has always been simple. If I ran a sports network or a sports radio station, there would be one of two rules in place. No politics or no social issues whatsoever on my airwaves. Or if sports crosses over into the political and social world, as it often does these days, I would allow my talent to share their views regardless of political beliefs. Left, right, centrist, equal rights to free speech on these issues. In no way would I ever allow my sports brand to be destroyed by a one-way street of political thought and or censorship of views. And that's exactly what ESPN has done. So in an effort to get out of it, ESPN laid off a bunch of people and hired YouTube sensation Pat McAfee to host his own show on ESPN TV each day at noon. And I believe they are paying him close to $17 million a year. It's not a cookie-cutter sports show. It's different. ESPN knew what they were hiring. They wanted it. They knew that headaches would arise. So this is on them. And I don't even know what Pat McAfee's politics are. I don't think he's left-wing by any stretch, but I don't know for sure that he's a conservative. I think he's just raw and authentic. And to be honest, not one thing that Pat McAfee says is controversial or offensive. He has Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers on each week during the football season, and I told you months ago that this was going to happen. Aaron Rodgers doesn't give a damn. He didn't get the COVID-19 shot. He doesn't like Anthony Fauci. He can't stand the media who vilified him over his right to not put something into his body that he didn't want and he didn't need. Good on him for standing up and speaking out on his beliefs over the last 3.5, 4 years. But you knew that this would irk the suits in Bristol, Connecticut, which is where ESPN is housed. Then on top of this, Aaron Rodgers made a joke about Jimmy Kimmel and Jeffrey Epstein. He never implied or insinuated that Jimmy Kimmel was a pedophile on Epstein Island, and all hell has broken loose ever since. Pat McAfee publicly said on his show that executives at the network are trying to sabotage his show. And then McAfee announced that Aaron Rodgers would be off the show for the rest of the season. The only problem with that is Rodgers typically stays on through the Super Bowl each year. So speculation was running wild yesterday about Pat McAfee, Aaron Rodgers, Rodgers being suspended by ESPN, told not to come on anymore, he's too divisive, until Rodgers actually appeared live on McAfee's show yesterday. And clearly there's a power struggle and a tussle between ESPN and McAfee. Some labeled McAfee a sellout for not having Rodgers on anymore, although that's not true anymore, while others blamed ESPN for being cowards. And the madness of all of this is that Aaron Rodgers isn't even a conservative. He's not a Trump supporter. He has publicly endorsed RFK Jr. to be president. The takeaway here, ESPN doesn't even want you to endorsing an independent who has views that are left and right. It's left-wing progressive only on ESPN. And that gets me to staple number 2 of the 90s that has lost his way, and that is Howard Stern. I think the Howard Stern of 1992 would laugh at, humiliate, and mock the Stern of 2024. Listen and watch this clip of Stern talking about the Aaron Rodgers situation.
There was a rumor that I had to help Jimmy Kimmel get rid of any evidence that he was on Epstein Island.
Yes,
that's where I was.
Another thing.
Can you believe that? I wrote Jimmy. I said, what the is with Aaron Rodgers? What the vicious thing to say? You know what it is when someone's not witty and they're in like a feud with someone?
Who is witty? Yeah.
Yeah, nowadays what they do is they just make up about you.
Yeah.
They make up a conspiracy theory. Outrageous. Well, I got really pissed off about that. Like, dude, okay, you want to attack Jimmy, attack him, but you don't say. That's like saying, well, like, oh, he has HIV or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, well,
he has unprotected sex and he has HIV.
Yeah, it's sex with a farm animal. I mean, what are you doing? Get some makeup about somebody in a public forum. Very upsetting. Speaking of that Epstein list, it was like, remember when Geraldo opened up the vault?
Right.
It was like, what's going on with that?
It's the same people we always knew. I haven't seen a new name.
But this Aaron Rodgers, isn't that the guy from the Jets who made all that money this year for not playing? What's his beef with Jimmy? You mean Aaron Rodgers wanted to attack Jimmy, so he just made up a thing and called him a pedophile or something? Yeah. Or geez.
And this is why Pat McAfee is in hot water with ESPN, because ESPN and ABC are owned by Walt Disney. And Disney has made it clear, we are going to protect Jimmy Kimmel over Pat McAfee. One can make jokes at the expense of Aaron Rodgers or Donald Trump, many of which aren't even funny. It's funny also how Howard Stern says Aaron Rodgers is not witty, but Jimmy Kimmel is. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel is remotely witty or funny. But the other cannot make jokes about the host. So Jimmy Kimmel can dish it out, but he can't take it. Seems like a double standard, and also the inability to tolerate a joke. But that's fine, because Pat McAfee could leave ESPN today and be just fine. I also truly believe that Howard Stern has either lost his stones, because that guy used to spit in the face of authority, the FCC, management, and the establishment, or he has just turned into a complete sellout and a fraud. Is Stern 2.0 these last 8 years all an act? Perhaps. But much like ESPN, he's lost his way, and what made him a revolutionary broadcasting force. Two things that I loved growing up as a kid, now a shell of what they used to be, all because of left-wing politics. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. The phone number, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the show today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to that. Also, the fallout from the Fox Town Hall with Trump, as well as Nikki and Ron on CNN. That's coming up next as we continue Friday edition. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. Or participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with accelerated debt settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
As the temperatures drop here in Philly, driving conditions can get a bit tricky. But at Hessert Chevrolet, we've got solutions to keep you and your family safer on the roads. Introducing the new Chevy lineup with advanced four-wheel drive systems, your key to conquering winter weather with confidence. From the economical Trax, the sleek Equinox, or the rugged and roomy Silverado and Tahoe, our vehicles are built to handle whatever Mother Nature throws your way. Hessert Chevrolet. Visit HessertChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Denis on Eagle Road in Havertown, Saturday, January 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.625, Kayal Company rolling on live here on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 is the number. Get us live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. That's pretty remarkable. We're only, 11, 12 days into the new year. And we've had so many massive, big stories. 2024 is off to just a wild start. I mean, whether it's locally, whether it's nationally, whether it's globally, there's just so many things going on. We've had, 8, 9 massive stories in less than 2 weeks already. So if you think that 2024, and we're not even talking just election stuff. I mean, if you thought this was going to be a slow year, this could be a record-setting year in many regards. So pretty wild stuff. Also, we have more escalation, more strikes, more issues going on with our armed forces. In fact, us and the UK. We'll get to that story. What happened with the United States, the UK, and the Iran-aligned Houthis, the militants in Yemen, who just decide to disrupt ships and things like that. So keep effing around, and you're going to find out. And that's exactly what happened. We'll get to that story coming up. Also, Nikki Haley's path. But I tell you what. I love when all these outlets are almost they're like almost going out of their way to root for Nikki Haley. And that's kind of like the vibe I get from all these mainstream outlets, which again is telling you that's a red flag.
Well, you're referring to the fact that Politico, it's not even like a Politico news article. It's like their magazine story. It's like 5 pages long.
Yes, and it's detailed.
It's very detailed.
And I read through the whole thing. I've highlighted a bunch of stuff. We're going to go through it. It is pretty remarkable. So we got a lot of good stuff to get to.
Maybe she can do this. Maybe she can do that.
Right.
If she does this,
Right.
she does that. It's like,
And
oh
on
my
April
Lord.
12th, if she gets on the treadmill and has a salad that day, her points go, like, my God. So get ready. Get your barf bag ready for this one. Although it is kind of interesting because it does lay out, and it's detailed, so it makes a lot of sense. Whether it's realistic is another thing. But we got to get to the town hall. So Wednesday night at 9:00 on Fox, Trump did his town hall with Brett Baer, Martha McCallum in Iowa from 9 to 10. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to me, that I didn't even know what was going on. Swear to God, not being sarcastic, not trying to be a homer towards Trump or anything. Like, I legitimately did not know that Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley were on for CNN for 2 hours having their debate. And we took our typical bets yesterday on the show, what the ratings would be. And the ratings have come in. Stocker, you actually nailed to a T the number that Fox and Trump produced, which was 4.3 million viewers. So I think I was at 4.9. So I was off.
I went to 5, but
okay.
Remember how many people, seriously, I just talked about the power outages in our area.
Yeah.
I wonder what it would have been had all these, look at it. So my numbers actually were correct if we hadn't had the power outage.
Oh, my Lord.
Right.
It's getting deep in here.
We got to do the arithmetic. Well, what could have been had Bucks County not lost 42,000 viewers?
Actually, Dawn actually hit I believe she hit the CNN town hall.
Yeah, which is really, really interesting on two fronts. CNN cranks out 2.58 million viewers. So Trump, the headline. Which is
good for them, Nick.
Yes, it's really good for them because we were saying, they're in the 6 figures as far as viewers go.
Yes.
So they probably 2.5 times, maybe 3 times what they would normally do, even though Trump rolled by a 68% margin of victory. But I think that does go to show you 2 things, how awful CNN is. And while Trump rolled, I actually think that's a pretty good showing for DeSantis and Haley combined on a network that nobody wants to turn on. So I don't know if that was your takeaway, Stocker, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
My takeaway is nobody is paying attention. Nobody. Look at those numbers. 4.2, 4.3 million on one, 2 point whatever on another. That's 6 million people. That saying that those people weren't also switching back and forth, which I bet maybe I don't know half, but I bet a lot of people were switching back and forth.
I would say a quarter to a third
So
of people.
you're telling me that 4 to 5 million people care enough about this right now to watch it? That shows you how little people are interested and paying attention to this right now. We live in this bubble where it's like, oh my God, nobody is paying attention to what is happening right now.
So nobody will probably.
Nobody.
So when are you saying they will? Post Labor Day? Once
saying
we get back to
the
school
conventions.
Next year?
I don't even think
you don't even think that.
I don't even think then. Because that's in the summer. People are checked out. They don't care.
Okay.
I think that people are not going to start really paying attention till like late September, early October. I'm dead serious.
So basically 6 weeks to go.
Yep.
And that's scary.
Yeah.
Because nobody's tracking, everything that's happening. But I agree with Greg. I will say this. I think this week a lot of people were distracted with storms, power outages, whatnot. But even if it is, let's say even it's 7 million people. Let's say it's even that number in the nation. these are not widely watched, to your point.
Right.
I mean, these are, and I bet Greg's right. I bet some of those numbers are the same people who are probably watching and listening right now, who are very informed, who are very interested in the process, and who are paying attention. But that's a tiny fraction of the country.
Think about this right now, guys. We were in a meeting yesterday, with all the brands here. One of our sister stations, the one that flipped to Christmas in
June.
They for one of the weeks in December, they cumed 2.1 million people just in Philadelphia. So think about that compared to 2.1 million people throughout the entire country.
Right.
Watched
in
CNN.
A nation of 340 million people.
Nobody is paying attention and nobody cares about it right now. We live in this bubble and it's just like we think everybody's interested. They're not.
So let's go deeper into that then. So is this just par for the course 10 months out before an election in an election year?
100%.
Or what I was going to say, is this further proof that America is so checked out, fatigued, and exhausted by the two candidates they are given again, that nobody is excited about Trump v. Biden? The only people that are the diehard people that absorb this every day, the people that feel Trump was snubbed, and those on the other side that despise Donald Trump with all of their existence.
No, because if that was the case, then they would have been interested in the DeSantis-Haley debate, and nobody was interested. Less people were interested in that. So no, I just don't think that anybody cares right now. You know what I mean? Like they don't know, they don't know what's going on. They don't care, and they will honestly care 3 weeks before the election, and that's when everybody say, okay, we have an election coming up. Who am I voting for? Mm-hmm. That's the case. So all these polls, all of this, it's all nonsense because nobody's paying attention.
Well,
part of that, I think, is why it's important that the House is investigating, Hunter Biden, Mayorkas, Fauci, that they are at least gaining the facts of what's happening, because all of that matters moving forward. Because the other side is saying, oh, look at these crazy people. Look at Trump in court, and he's an embezzler, and he's a rapist, and he's a fill in the blank. And so it's important to have your facts straight and have a record of it. So at least I think somebody's doing something to gain the records of what's actually going on.
So let's pick that apart, because you say Fauci, you say Hunter Biden, you say Mayorkas.
Yes.
3 different issues, 3 different people. But is anybody actually going to take the conclusion of those 3 investigations or indictments or court proceedings that is undecided and arrive at the conclusion of, okay, so Fauci was full of crap. He made science up as he went along. Okay. The border really is broken. Mayorkas is derelict in his duty to protect Americans. And do you think that actually results in a change, a significant change in voting come this November?
I think that on the front of, when I think of, first of all, Hunter Biden is not about Hunter Biden. It's in part, it's about the Biden family.
Right, the path to Joe.
And the path to Joe. So Hunter is essentially collateral damage. And so that path is important to investigate all of those financial records, number one. Number two, Mayorkas, and I know that they've come out and said, maybe there's not enough to say you could impeach this guy. That's not the point. The point is somebody's looking into the numbers, and while they have people under subpoena, they can find out as far as more information, more numbers of what's really happening, how many of these gotaways, how many known terrorists on that terrorist list are getting through, et cetera.
Right.
And that ties into what we've talked a lot about and what is going on and is the dominant story right now in New York City, which is a disaster for not only New York right now, the state of New York, but even New Jersey. Because we talked yesterday about the fact that now, because in New York, they're trying to shut down all immigrants coming in. So now in New Jersey, that's why Murphy is now saying, well, the buses have to let us know when you're coming through and when you're going to arrive, whatever. So now they're dropping people off on the Jersey side and then training it in because New York is trying to not let them in.
Yep.
I wondered why it is that they're not coming to Philadelphia like they are to Chicago, New York, other places.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it is these other states and cities, especially such as New York. It is the law in New York City that if you are, let's say, a homeless person, they must give you. I forget the name of the. I forget the name of the law. Forgive me, but essentially, it says the law is if you're in New York City. Under law, they have to put you up and provide for you.
Mm-hmm.
The immigrants know that.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they do.
And so apparently they love Greg Abbott because they're getting the free transport.
Oh, yeah.
But they already wanted to go to New York City because they know the laws.
Yeah. Yep. It's really a remarkable situation.
And so your big take, if anybody missed your big take, I loved Jane, the big mama bear from New Brooklyn.
Oh, yesterday.
That
with
she
the
was
school.
awesome. Yeah. And that's my point that I'm taking a long time to get to my point. But that's part of my point is those mama bears like Jane, who's from Brooklyn, where Trump grew up, but she's probably a Democrat, a lot of Democrats, right? But all of a sudden now, their kid had to virtual learn again post-pandemic because of these horrifying policies.
Yep.
And they are livid. So now they're feeling the policy. They're living the policy and they're seeing the impact on their kids. And that leads me to number 3, which was Fauci. The Fauci in one of your big takes.
The forgetful Fauci.
So he's now having to answer to what did he know? When did he know it? The fact that we're now learning that all of this stuff seemed to be concocted. And for me, my conclusion is, and it's horrifying, but I'm really thinking that we're going to find evidence that, in fact, at least Fauci and some of these bureaucrats in there ultimately did this because they wanted to boot Trump, I know.
Well, even at the deeper level, I mean, when you think about COVID with China, I mean, China for the longest time, I don't even. Do they still have the rule in place in China with how many kids you can have? I mean, let's face it. China's been trying to limit their population for a long time, and all these climate nut jobs. There's too many people on Earth. So what happens? You have COVID, and it wipes out a bunch of people. So
I don't know.
That's the cynical side of me right there.
But I think in part with this, and I've debated with family members and friends, and they're like, Dawn, you're going into the conspiracy stuff. But honest to goodness, why would all of these people, why would they do this? Why would they make this stuff up? Why when we had an amazing time, an historic time of peace and prosperity, the economy was incredible. Why would they do this to us?
Well, and
it's our own fellow countrymen.
How dangerous the gain of function research really is. Like, the narrative is, well, you have to. It's a necessary evil so you can get out ahead and prevent the next pandemic and be able to treat people. But it's not a theory that every immunologist and respiratory airborne illness professor or expert in the medical world subscribes to. There are plenty of people out there that think it's incredibly dangerous and should not be done, one of which is Rand Paul. So it is certainly a very interesting story, to say the least. 855-839-1210. Lastly, on the debates, Trump, Haley, DeSantis, as they wrap up in Iowa, the Real Clear Politics Iowa polling average has Trump up 36 points on Haley and DeSantis. If you want to jump in on that, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210. We'll get to Politico with Nikki Haley. We will also get to what happened with these airstrikes. And also, many people saying, to your point, Greg, and your point, Dawn, Chris Christie knew exactly what he was doing with that hot mic.
Of course.
So we've got a lot of good stories to get to.
He's
as
politically
we continue.
astute.
Yep. See that. Well, Ari Fleischer and Harris Faulkner had that conversation yesterday. We'll give a recap of that as well. Kayal and Company live here on a Friday morning. We'll come back. U.S.-led coalition strikes, and the big picture here as we are watching what now looks like possibly a third war going on globally under Joe Biden's watch. We continue next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at CozyJewelers.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.45. Welcome back in. Happy Friday, everybody. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? 1 hour from now, 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. As we have a lot to get to this morning. We'll get to Chris Christie. We'll get to Nikki Haley's path to potential upset. Also, Hunter Biden pleading not guilty to tax crimes in California. That's coming up as we continue this morning. And also Trump's day in court yesterday in front of Judge, as Dawn would say, Judge Engomoron, and AG Letitia James. By the way, it's a historical first in the state of New York. The first ever civil case with a fraud where there was no victim. No victim. Happy banks, repaid loans, overassessed property values, underassessed property values, and they go from $250 million in damages that they are seeking to $370 million. Keep in mind, no victim here. It's a historic first. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But things are getting very, very dicey globally. And when we think about this Biden administration right now, you have coming up on 22 months now, I believe, of a conflict, a war, a battle between Russia and Ukraine. We are about, almost 4 months into Israel and Hamas. And now we have both the United States and the UK essentially going to war with Iran. And that's what happened in the hours of last night. U.S.-led coalition strikes against Iran-aligned Houthi militants, Houthi, however you want to pronounce it, a bunch of jackasses, in my opinion, in Yemen. So you have this U.S. military-led coalition strike, and this is This is a retaliation effort from the United States, along with other countries, after what these savages have been doing in the Red Sea. So this operation follows weeks of hostility, and the group, which functions as the de facto government in parts of Yemen, has carried out 27 attacks since November. Joe Biden, in a statement, characterized the strikes as a necessary retaliation on Thursday, saying, quote, "These attacks have endangered U.S. personnel, civilian mariners, and our partners, jeopardized trade, and threatened freedom of navigation," Joe Biden said. "I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary." Now, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who, as we know, has been hospitalized since the 1st with prostate cancer after suffering complications from a recent surgery, had to go into the ICU. He said in a statement that U.S. and British forces carried out the strikes with support from Australia, Canada, and the Netherlands. The aim, he said, was, quote, "to disrupt and degrade the Houthis' capabilities." 60 targets, 16 locations in Yemen with 100 precision-guided munitions. The leader of the Houthis, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, said they would not hesitate in their response to any attack. Quote, "We will confront the American aggression."
So, everybody ready for a war with Iran? Because that's happening.
I was just going to say the same thing. I mean, as if Russia, Ukraine was not enough, we have that going on. We have Israel, Hamas. Now we have the United States and some of our allies against like a ragtag segment. Basically, it's like like Iran on welfare. This little de facto faction that thinks they run things in Yemen, and maybe they do. This is coming off of about 2 weeks ago, where when we were on vacation, you had Xi say that China, it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when, that China is going to take Taiwan. And in the last couple of days, you've had Kim Jong-un of North Korea throwing out dangerous rhetoric about what his intentions and ambitions are with South Korea. So 3, 4, 5 different wars. It might not officially go down as World War III, but when people say like the world is burning right now, I don't think it's rhetoric. I don't think it's hyperbole. There is all sorts of madness going on, and it's all because I believe, and if you guys disagree, I want to get your thoughts on this. I think it's because Joe Biden exudes weakness. I think once Putin said, "I'm going in to take Ukraine," then everybody else said, you know what, it's open season. If we have goals, if we have ambitions of domination, of whatever it might be, violating others people's territorial rights, this is the time, because it didn't happen under the last president.
Don't kid yourself into thinking that it's not a coincidence that this is all happening as we're approaching an election year as well. Because what an incumbent president will always be reelected when there's some sort of a conflict. Think of George W. Bush in 2004. So the cynic in me sits here and thinks, boy, this is a really convenient timing that we're doing all this. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just feel like, bombings in the Middle East, it's like 2005 all over again. So I don't know. I'm very skeptical about the timing of this.
So you think diabolical Democrats just kind of doing enough to kind of ensure that this leads to the increased likelihood of re-election?
To be honest with you, I don't think it matters what party it was, because it was the Republicans in 2004 and 5.
Right.
So I think that there's a war complex here that just wants war.
Oh, of course.
And if the whatever political party it is can use it to their advantage, they absolutely will.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have to be smarter and not get sucked into it. But I will say that this is an attack on international commerce in the Red Sea.
Yep.
That we've been talking about it. And unfortunately, here we go again, because why is it that our U.S. military members, as we've talked about, why are they the ones in the middle of this? Because we are, once again, the world's police. And so we get stuck out there and put our American military might and our servicemen and women into harm's way because of this nonsense.
Yeah, we got guys like Lindsey Graham. Oh, let's just start bombing everybody.
He loves it.
He literally, you might as well make him like the commander-in-chief of the military and just let him be like the general to lead the troops. He can't get enough of it.
He praised what was happening already.
I'm willing to bet Lindsey
It happened
Graham,
last night, and he praised it already.
Unbelievable. He probably plays Call of Duty at home on Xbox. That's how much he loves war. It's remarkable with this guy and others, by the way. It's not just Lindsey Graham, because you got the military-industrial complex and the warmongering and the war machine, because why? War is profitable. So it's the same old charade, although it is interesting. And Greg, you mentioned, 20 years ago with the Bush administration, and go back to the first Bush on the late from 88 to 92. I mean, he loved war as well. So, you had Desert Storm, and then you had 9/11, Iraq, you go after Saddam Hussein, then you're in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and, all that leading up to the killing of Obama in 2010.
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. What did I say?
Obama.
Oh,
just be careful what you say.
I'm sorry. Yes, Obama ended up getting bin Laden.
Yes,
my apologies. And we have a nice little stretch for the most part of peace. ISIS started becoming a thing like around 2014-ish, 2015. I remember when my wife was in labor in 2014. I remember a lot of those attacks were happening. And then an outsider comes in. And, we have the Abraham Accords, and we have peace in the Middle East, and things go really, really well. And then all hell breaks loose over there, and it's a powder keg over there. It's never going to be peaceful permanently long term. But there was a nice stretch of relative comfort and relaxation, so to speak, until October 7th hit. And then all what hits the fan, and here we are 4 months later. The only thing I would say, as somebody who's very much anti-war, I would like to see this administration, and I'm not advocating for war, but when you get attacked, do we really need to wait 27 separate attacks before we retaliate? I mean, I get it. Maybe the Biden administration doesn't want to go full-fledged war, and I'm certainly on board with that theory. But, eventually it's like, how many more times can you be pushed around and attacked before you actually retaliate? Which I also think goes to show you really just how weak we are military-wise right now. We've seen the numbers. They can't hit recruitment goals. They've tried to install diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to the military. Military numbers are down substantially, I think, in every department except for, I think it was the Marines were the only ones that hit their goals. So it's just a unbelievable time, and you look at it and you start to add it up. It's like, okay, well, we have 2 wars going on. Now we have an attack here. We have a retaliation, that's 3, and we haven't even gotten to Asia yet, which is going to be a disaster as well. So there you go. That's the latest on that. 855-839-1210, the phone number if you would like to jump in. All right, so Nikki Haley, what is the path to an upset victory over Trump? Politico's rooting for it badly.
There's a lot of networks and outlets. They're trying, every network and outlet is trying to make this a race.
The mainstream media is actually rooting more for Nikki Haley than they are Joe Biden, I think.
I've never
in a weird way.
I've never seen, it's basically like saying that that Biden and Dean Phillips is a race, or whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah.
Because it's the same percentage points.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's not a race.
Yep.
But they're trying to make it one. They're trying to make fetch happen.
How does she stun America? The details when we come back. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, hour number 2 underway, 7 o'clock Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Also, Tony Bruno joining us at 8:30 this morning, and we will have a special programming announcement to make coming up when Bruno joins us at 8:30 this morning. Looking forward to that. Stay tuned for that big announcement. Also, coming up at 9:20 this morning, your last chance to win tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show, which runs from tomorrow, Saturday, January 13th, through the following Sunday, the 21st. 855-839-1210 to climb in. We will get to this Politico piece on Nikki's path of how she could beat and shock the world and the GOP and knock off Donald Trump. Also, the experts weighing in on Chris Christie and saying that what he did was knowing and intentional. We'll get to all of that as we move along this morning. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Friday morning. We are brisk and clear, 32 degrees. I'll tell you when the storm is moving in here on Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. So in the news this morning, and there is a lot. We are packed today. I know the Philadelphia police are investigating, they say, after the shooting on a SEPTA platform and involving teenagers. Philadelphia police say a 16-year-old boy fired into a crowd and a 17-year-old was shot in his head. The victim, unresponsive, rushed to the hospital, and that teenager this morning in critical condition. SEPTA surveillance cameras were everywhere, and they're obviously going through all of that surveillance, those surveillance images. But police say they took a teen believed to be the shooter into custody. A second person who was with the suspected shooter was also taken into custody for questions. Now, nobody is saying the motive, what happened here. Was this an attempted mugging? Did these individuals know each other? Was this some kind of a gang or drug situation? We don't know. Nobody asks these questions. Nobody's talking about the motivation or what was going on with these teenage boys. Happened 9:30 last night, 15th Street Station, westbound platform. So anybody, all of those SEPTA commuters, public transit commuters, they were forced to board all trains on the eastbound platforms between 5th and all the way to 15th Street stations as a result of this. Police saying, and this is our friend, Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott Small, who we often hear from overnight on that overnight shift, which is never a slow shift.
Hell of a shift to work.
Oh, my goodness. But, the person, they had a semi-automatic handgun, which most handguns I think are semi-automatic. But in any event, that was one of they did recover at least one firearm from the scene.
Okay.
So we're still, and also a half dozen shell casings.
Yep.
But we don't have the motivation here, and I think that's an important piece of this, what was going on here.
I would like to see a federal agency commission a study on the violence in big cities on public transportation and mass transit. I would just love to know, because everybody's population is different, right? Philly to New York to Chicago. I would just like to know where we rank as far as the sheer volume or ratio of incidents to population on transit like SEPTA. Because, I mean, it's just every day. It just seems, and I know you highlight these all the time, but, whether it's taking the bus like that to school or, obviously the train and the subways, what a madhouse.
Yeah, and this is exactly why the legislature passed the law that we've been talking about this week and before it, and it was signed into law by Governor Josh Shapiro, so bipartisan support to do something. Because you have a ton of people who don't have a car, who need to get to their job, or children getting to school. Remember, high school students in Philadelphia don't have the opportunity to take a school bus.
Right.
This city forces high school kids to take SEPTA. And so it's not acceptable that you have all this violence that seems to be all times of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why they made the law that they would have a separate special prosecutor to try to make SEPTA safe.
Yep.
So I know that, Krasner was speaking out. Dom, of course, with his Krasner Land commentaries, or Dom Giordano, had a field day with it yesterday because that was breaking right as we were coming into the Dom show yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But, ultimately, the situation is that I understand Krasner saying they can't have a special prosecutor. It's a jurisdictional issue, and they're trying to say that it's not constitutional. So I know that this will play out in court. But I think for a lot of people, they feel like just do something, anything,
correct.
Indeed. Let's talk about what's going on with PECO trying to get, and not just PECO, power companies across the entire region trying to get customers back online. Obviously, after that storm on Tuesday this week, many people flooded out and still don't have power. And we've talked about the fact that Chester County, hardest hit, with thousands still without power this morning. and utility crews from across the country in Philadelphia, in our region, trying to help restore the power to customers. So in other words, they brought in those extra forces to try to help PECO and other power companies get the power back, especially because we have another winter storm, another powerful storm that mirrors the path and the hazards of the previous one that slammed the country on Tuesday, and now threatening about 35 million people stretching from North Carolina to eastern Massachusetts. So we're all under these flood watches today, while more than 5 million across the South are under tornado watches. Just to zoom out a little bit and talk about how many tens of thousands of people still without power on the East Coast here. And then rising rivers, forcing evacuations. So you think about that, what's happening on the entire East Coast. Meantime, I will just mention for you that Iowans who are headed to the first presidential primary for the 2024 election coming up this Monday, which is also Martin Luther King Jr. Day, they're preparing to brave what looks like it'll be the coldest caucus in state history. And they just had that big snowstorm Tuesday as we had rain. This is what's going on.
So do we think that's going to affect turnout? I do.
I actually, okay, because I went to journalism school in Minnesota, don't you know? There's kind of an attitude, a hoorah attitude
of like I'm out here and I'm
right.
Yeah,
that it's kind of it's ingrained into you.
You're a P word if you don't
exactly.
Go out.
This is middle America. You suck,
like,
you buck up, Buttercup. Let's go.
By the way, speaking of weather, did you guys see what the weather's supposed to be like for the Kansas City game on Saturday?
11 degrees, I think.
Minus 30.
Oh.
With the wind chill, minus 30. It could be the coldest NFL game in history.
We'll take the Chiefs then, because Miami won't play well in the cold.
And by the way, it's going to be on Peacock, so the majority of people won't see it.
Don't get me started
Peacock's
on that.
going to be cold.
I'm actually going to have to go out Saturday night and find a bar that has that game on. Hey, do you have Peacock? No, but we've got Jack Daniels. I'll pull up a seat.
Just sign up for it for a month and then cancel it.
No, the thing is, I have Peacock.
Yeah.
But my flat screen is not one of those smart TVs that has the Peacock app on it, and I don't want to go out and like buy a USB cord and hook my laptop up to the TV. So normally on Peacock, I just stream it from my laptop. I'm not watching a playoff football game on a 8-inch laptop. Not doing it.
Get a TV that's a smart TV.
It's weird. I have
They're
cheap.
Really cheap right now.
I have like Netflix on my TV, so it has some apps, but for some reason I can't. It won't let me put Peacock on it. So I don't know.
Somebody on the YouTube chat says since the weather's going to be so crappy, will Taylor Swift be there? Probably not, right?
Well, speaking of which, did you hear the news? I wasn't going to trigger you yet because Nick Cale's favorite person is Taylor Swift, which his daughters dragged him to the movie, and if Nick Cale could get concert tickets, he'd stand in line
Absolutely.
for his daughters.
No doubt about it. I would earn so many points and get out of jail for free cards. It'd be well worth it. No doubt.
But did you hear the news?
No, I did not.
That they moved in together, or they moved in together. Taylor Swift and the lesser Kelsey brother, who's playing this weekend.
Great.
They moved in together, and
when's the engagement?
So
that's just it. Reportedly this summer.
So take the. You know how you're going to take the Chiefs? Don't take the Chiefs anymore.
No.
Take the Dolphins.
I'm taking the Dolphins on the money line now.
Why? Because you think he's all distracted?
Yeah, it's a disaster. So they're getting engaged.
Yeah.
Ah, geez.
And he's looking at rings.
All right. Ugh. I think my invite must still be out in the mail.
I think it's sweet.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
It's
nauseating.
Nice. Yeah. I don't like that they're living together, but I like that they're getting engaged.
No.
Oh wait, because they're living in sin, Dawn.
Yep. Because she's a role model.
You and Larry didn't live in sin.
We didn't. We actually didn't.
Okay.
I kept it. I kept my little apartment.
Times changed on these young whippersnappers.
No.
They can't wait to be husband and wife.
No, because you know what? Because you have daughters, and look at how young they are, and it's they're impressionable.
I know.
You don't need to live together.
I agree.
You don't.
No, you absolutely need
do
to.
not.
Yes,
you
need to test out the goods.
No, you don't.
That's actually a good point. Trial and error. Right?
Trial and error.
Hey, it didn't work.
If you can't live with somebody, you can't decide after the wedding that, oh my God, I can't live with this person.
You already knew.
You absolutely
already
do
knew.
not. No, you absolutely do
Eyes
not.
wide open.
Until you live with that person, you have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling everybody out there, all the kids that are listening right now, live with your partner before you get married.
Guys, I'm just telling you that someday you will have to talk. So Nick Kayal, someday when your daughter wants to move in with little Johnny.
Steph and I bought a house together before we were married. Like, what? I mean, like, it's living in sin.
Living in sin. It's not good.
Okay.
It's not wise.
Will Peacock be streaming the Kelsey Swift wedding?
Probably.
All right.
I think it's adorable.
That'll be when I
All right.
cancel my subscription.
Nick Kayal already previewed everything that happened in the Middle East with U.S. and U.K. militaries launching that joint strike task force, joint strikes against multiple Houthi targets in Yemen in response to the Iran-backed group's attacks on commercial ships. And this comes as world leaders try to keep the Israel-Hamas war from, spilling over into a wider regional conflict. Again, Iran in play. Think about the Houthis, Hezbollah in Lebanon, etc. And President Joe Biden speaking out about this, saying he will not hesitate to direct future measures to protect our people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary. Biden administration releasing that statement. And in the Hague, Israel defending itself in an unprecedented case at the United Nations top court as South Africa is accusing Israel of genocide, saying the country's leadership is, quote, intent on destroying the Palestinians in Gaza. Of course, Israel defending its name, rejecting that claim, saying the war is with Hamas, who committed terrorism, and the war is not with the Palestinian people. So that one in play. We've talked about the Trump trial as we will, as those closing statements were yesterday. Hunter Biden pleading not guilty in court yesterday on those federal charges he's facing. This is California for allegedly failing to pay more than $1 million in taxes, in part trying to write off things like hookers. And the final story I want to bring to you, Hertz, which has made a big push into electric vehicles, those EVs that we've heard about. Now Hertz is cutting back. So the company is taking a hit financially, selling off 1/3 of its EV, the electric fleet, totaling 20,000 vehicles, and using the money, they say, to bring back and purchase more gasoline-powered vehicles.
Oh. How about that for a headline? Hertz making a big push, and it doesn't involve our quarterback with the quarterback sneak. That's a hell of a headline there.
So Hertz announcing that electric vehicles have been hurting Hertz's financials, and executives saying because of that, this is despite costing less to maintain. Hertz saying, quote, they have higher damage repair costs and also higher depreciation.
Mm-hmm.
So Hertz taking this huge financial hit to sell these off. I was looking for the number, $245 million hit due to the depreciation.
Very expensive to maintain. We see these charging docks that Biden never installed, all that money that was allocated for it. Something tells me this whole this transition to EV has not gone as smoothly as they anticipated.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Although I love the hybrids. I will say I love hybrid vehicles.
Yeah, I know a couple of people that have the hybrids, like the
I'm looking at a hybrid right now.
Yeah.
For an SUV, one of the Hondas.
Yeah. Well,
I
there you
love
go.
those.
Yeah.
Which brings us to our sponsor. See what I did there?
That is a good
Piazza
pivot by you.
Auto Group, because we love Piazza. For a limited time, get 0%. 0%. This is, you haven't heard about 0% for quite some time, especially in these economic times. So for this limited time, get 0% APR for 60 months on select 2024 Mazda CX-5s and Mazda CX-30 models. Find yours at Piazza Mazda of Westchester, as well as in Reading, or online, piazzamazda.com. This is Kayal & Company News Live, and the forecast today, it's going to be beautiful for much of the day. So we're looking at 47, 48 degrees, mostly or partly sunny skies, but then the rain, the powerful storm that's packing a punch, this is what we are facing this evening, and that's why we have all these weather warnings, and that's going to begin this evening for us in the form of rain, so 2+ inches of rain. It clears out by mid-morning tomorrow, and 54 degrees will meet that high early in the day, but then as the day progresses, that temperature drops like a rock. So by sunset, we're at about 40 degrees, a chilly night into Saturday night, and then Sunday morning, we're 41 degrees, bright sunny skies.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:15. On the other side, when we come back, Nikki Haley's path to upsetting Donald Trump. Politico lays it out in very detailed fashion. I think Nikki Haley has exactly 7 weeks left. Kayal and Company, we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And, you know, Nick was talking about his low-energy TV, wondering where you can watch the game. I've got an idea. What about Parks Casino in Bucks County? Because they have those huge, big screens, the beer garden. That's a great place to watch the game this weekend. And Bet Parks is the only app I ever recommend, as you know. And Bet Parks, P-A-R-X, an official winning partner of the Philadelphia 76ers. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. The casino comes to wherever you are. Enjoy 24/7 online casino action. Play the hottest online slots or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em. That's my husband's favorite, Texas Hold'em, with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the Bet Parks Casino app. It's so simple. You know that if I can use it, anybody can use it. It's idiot proof. No users right now, new users, you join me and just download the Bet Parks app, get up to 1,000 casino bonus back. Yeah, $1,000 in casino bonuses back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. The Bet Parks app or the betparks.com has all the details for you. Your casino bonus must be wagered. So Bet Parks, the only app I recommend. You know it. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanted to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kayal Company, 721 Friday morning. Good to have you in here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? You're going to find out in just about 25 minutes. 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno at 8:30. So let's get to this very, very detailed, long breakdown by Politico of how Nikki Haley might be able to beat Donald Trump. And again, I always say, when it feels like the mainstream media is backing and supporting a Republican in a weird, odd, twisted kind of way, that's a red flag for me. Whether it's somebody like a long shot like Chris Christie and how he was always on mainstream media, or Nikki Haley, that to me is always a red flag. And that's why I want no part of Nikki Haley when it comes to being president. But how can she shock the world? How can she stun the GOP? Well, Politico lays this out. They say the following, and this is a little bit long-winded. Feel free to interrupt at any point, Greg or Dawn. And I'll try to we'll try to wrap this up in about 8 or 9 minutes here. Contrary to conventional wisdom, Nikki Haley doesn't have to win New Hampshire or even South Carolina. She just has to keep it close enough to keep her donors and voters convinced that there might be a real nomination fight and move forward. Sure, at the moment, it looks like Donald Trump will win the 2024 Republican nomination, but it smells a bit like 2016, when there was near unanimous belief in the press and the political class that the long shot Donald Trump didn't have a shot in hell against Hillary Clinton. In an unstable, unconventional time, it's not inconceivable to imagine a scenario in which the bottom suddenly falls out for the former president and a rival ambushes him on his way to the GOP convention in Milwaukee, like Nikki Haley. The GOP's electoral college lock has been picked. The Democratic blue wall has been breached. Ohio, a longtime bellwether, has gone red. Georgia and Arizona, longtime GOP stalwarts, have gone blue. Jeb Bush, a GOP juggernaut, lost to a reality TV star. Joe Biden, a dead letter after the 2020 first primary, is now president. If we've learned anything, it's that the laws of political gravity or axioms about elected politics don't always apply anymore, and polling has proved unreliable. So that's kind of the pretext, and that's how they kind of set it up. Then they actually go into her path, and they say, first of all, it's like a 3-step path, basically, and I'll summarize this very briefly. Her uphill climb begins on Monday with the Iowa caucuses, where Haley needs a solid second or third place finish. They say that the former UN ambassador finishes with a strong second, which sounds like the death knell for Florida's Ron DeSantis, and holds Trump to under 50%. Okay, so a second place finish in Iowa, that's the end of DeSantis, and she needs to keep Trump under 50%. Stage 2 is after Iowa, we go to New Hampshire, where expectations will be higher. She's polling well there. New Hampshire is also uniquely suited for her, as polls suggest it is the early state where Trump is the weakest. This is where she needs to bleed Trump and show Republicans in the states to come, most notably her home state, which votes a month later, that there's a viable alternative. Step 3. We get to her home state, South Carolina, which is scheduled to vote almost exactly a month later. In South Carolina, Haley trails Trump by a wide margin in the polls, which means Super Tuesday on March 5th looms as Nikki's moment of truth. I could go further. We could give you more, but time constraints in the program will not allow that. And also, I don't want my audience to fall asleep or drive off of a cliff. So the reality is, this is still a long shot for Nikki Haley, but it's kind of like one of these, you know what, I'm going to make an analogy here. It's like a football game where the underdog is just trying to stay within like one score, keep it a single-digit game, get the game to the fourth quarter, and hope for like a turnover or something freaky to pull the upset.
Well, I will say this, though, that if she does win New Hampshire, it is kind of a reset for her. Because we all remember Joe Biden had, no chance of becoming the nominee. He was polling at 7%, won South Carolina, and then ran the table. So it's not unprecedented that something like this could happen. But that being said, I think it's super, super unlikely. And I think that political media is just trying to make this a horse race when it's absolutely not.
I agree. And this is one of the times where I think the polling is accurate. And I said I think Nikki Haley has 7 weeks left because Super Tuesday is going to be on March 5th. So that's just about 7 weeks from now, or 7 weeks from this upcoming Tuesday. And Politico kind of lays it out too, saying this is, there's still a good chance that this is where it ends for Nikki, because then you're going to have these southern states like Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee. And, oh, by the way, roughly 2/3 of all the GOP delegates will be allocated in March, the bulk of them on March 5th. Among the 15 states up for grabs that day include California, North Carolina, Texas, and Virginia. So it's kind of like Nikki has like her last little ride in the sun, maybe does well in New Hampshire, hangs in there respectably in Iowa. I think Trump's polling by about 36 points ahead of both her and DeSantis. But to me, it comes to it, and this is, like Dawn, you always say, the GOP needs to come together, throw their support behind one candidate, and rally. By the time we get to, St. Patty's Day, this thing should all be support for Trump. All right, you had your time, it didn't work, now it's time to get behind the guy who is the most likely to upend Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think as far as New Hampshire, I know that their governor, Sununu, endorsed Nikki Haley. But I think New Hampshire is known as the Granite State. I think they're the Rhino State, and so I'm not surprised that they just would never go for Trump.
They went for Trump twice in
I'm just saying
2016 and 2020.
Well, now I think to your point, yes, because they're
kind of turning rhino-ish.
I agree, and I think with Sununu,
well, it's because Democrats and Independents can vote in the primaries. That's why she has the lead that she has there. Or not the lead, but that's why she's doing as well as she has there.
Let me ask you this question. If Trump wasn't under 4 different indictments, do you think he would be this far out in front of Nikki Haley and or Ron DeSantis? Or have the Democrats, in a way, with all of these indictments, this has actually worked counterproductively for people like Nikki Haley? Because we've seen the polls. Every time Trump gets indicted, it goes up. I'm wondering what it would look like if it was just Donald Trump running for a third time, so to speak, without all of the political prosecution fanfare. Because, I don't think Nikki would have a shot either way, but I wonder if it would be closer if it wasn't for all of this going on. In a way, if you're Nikki Haley and you're Ron DeSantis, I think you got to be like, you know what? If it wasn't for this whole weaponized DOJ thing, I might have a slightly better chance. So 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on that. So, by the way, I'll tweet out the link to this. But this is so was this a magazine article? This was one of
Politico magazine.
Okay,
so
this was one of their longer ones.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually a magazine or not, but it's like one of their.
This was New York Times, Wall Street Journal long, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you like a nice long read and you want to see the actual numbers and the details, they go into much further detail. I'll tweet it out.
What did you say that the likelihood she's out by when?
March 5th, because 2/3 of the delegates will be handed out on Super Tuesday.
If she has a good showing in Iowa and she wins or has a really good showing in New Hampshire, she stays to Pennsylvania.
So Pennsylvania is what, April 26th
or something? 23rd, I don't know.
23rd.
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Chris Christie knew exactly what he was doing. The details coming up next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to the NFL playoffs, you've got to win one game at a time. But when it comes to the NFL playoffs, on FanDuel, in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino, one game can mean a lot of wins. FanDuel is America's #1 sports book and has all your favorite bets like the money line, the spreads, and so much more. Plus all sorts of prop bets. I said that I am on the Eagles on Monday night against the Tampa Bay Bucks for -2.5. Right now, every day, there's an NFL playoff game. FanDuel is giving all customers a no-sweat same-game parlay. That means when you combine all your bets for a chance at an even bigger payday, you'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, if you don't already have an account. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This is Larry Steinhetz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. That NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy New Year! I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional, new ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa, new mattresses for a new lease on life, new colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7:35, live on this Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. This segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up? Well, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website at tommyds.com. 855 839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in about 9 minutes here on this Friday morning. So one of the fallouts that we had from this past week in the GOP landscape, a very, very busy week. Trump Town Hall puts up very big ratings with Fox News, 9 o'clock on Wednesday night. We had DeSantis and Nikki Haley having their debate on CNN that did relatively well considering what CNN normally pulls in on that time slot each night. And then, of course, we had Chris Christie, who decided to officially suspend his campaign for president. And we, of course, played you the audio 2 days ago of a hot mic in front of Chris Christie, which we had this conversation as to whether or not he knew that that microphone was hot or he was just caught off guard and was flapping his gums unbeknownst to him that there was a camera or microphone around to pick up the sound. I thought it was possible that maybe he was unaware that there was a microphone. Dawn and Greg said, nope, this was strategic. And it looks like a lot of people agree with Dawn and Greg that this was absolutely a knowing situation. Yesterday on Fox, Harris Faulkner, one of the hosts, had on former White House press secretary Ari Fleischer, who suggested on Thursday that the hot mic moment involving former Governor Chris Christie may not have been entirely accidental. Both Faulkner and Fleischer appeared to be in agreement that a veteran politico like Christie, who has served both in elected office and as a political commentator, was not likely to be caught unaware by a live microphone. They said the following, quote, "First of all, if you care about your political party and you've been in politics as long as Chris Christie has, do you really not know that the mic is not hot?"
Amen.
That was what Faulkner asked, according to a report from Mediaite. Quote, "I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll never know. I refuse to believe that until he tells that publicly." And what he said was explosive against those other two candidates. Quote, "Yeah, I mean, it really shows that he thinks he is the only one. The fact that he won't endorse anybody else and obviously won't endorse Donald Trump." Fleischer agreed, saying, quote, "The cynic makes you think now maybe he's going to try to pivot back to President Trump after being the one who denounced President Trump, or even Biden, the way he was talking," Faulkner suggested. Then they go on to say that Chris Christie could very well endorse a third party. Now, first of all, I don't know what kind of weight a Chris Christie endorsement carries, to be completely honest.
What kind of weight does any endorsement? Like, it's one vote. It's
Right.
one person who
Right.
says, that's the person I'm voting
Who
for.
was polling terribly to begin with, who, doesn't have by any a stretch or any accounts a massive following. I think there's no way in hell that Chris Christie will endorse Trump. I don't think he will endorse Joe Biden. I could see him endorsing a third party. There's the story out now that there's a super PAC with about $300 million, and they are, I guess, kind of weighing their options. And, I'll believe it when I see it. Of course, the first name that comes to mind is Joe Manchin. Could you see Chris Christie throwing his weight, pun intended, behind Joe Manchin as a third party, no labels unity ticket? I mean, I guess I wouldn't rule that out. But getting back to Christie for a moment, you guys were right. He probably knew exactly what he was doing. But, it does kind of come off kind of weak sauce to be like, Nikki Haley's gotten it. You were the guy that rushed to her aid on the debate stage. I would figure if you're Christie, you might want to support and throw your endorsement behind Nikki, but then you're bad-mouthing her, and probably knowingly so, on a hot microphone. I think it comes off as low class from Chris Christie, just personally.
Yeah, and low energy, negative energy, gossipy. I mean, that's really turn off.
Yeah. So that's kind of where people are on the Christie front. And then lastly, before we get to the cut sheet, a couple of things to hit on here with Trump. So yesterday, this is really a charade. We know Trump kind of lashed out. He was first told that he would not be able to speak in his kind of closing argument segment of this civil fraud case. And it is so political at this point that it's not even funny. I want you to think about this, and just think about this from a timeline standpoint. You have Letitia James. She is the Attorney General for the state of New York. This lady openly campaigned on being the one that would financially take down Donald Trump to the point where he would have to sell off some of his most valuable assets. So how can anybody arrive at the conclusion that this is not political when you politicized it from the standpoint of your election? That's number one. Number two, keep in mind, this is a bench trial in front of, as Dawn would say, Mr. Engamoron. So this is not amongst his peers. This is a guy who holds all the power in this case. This is a guy who, from day one, when the cameras started rolling, he was legitimately going from speaking to smiling and pausing like it was a school picture day as a sixth grader. That's weird. That's number two. And then yesterday, Trump lashes out. Engamoron says basically, silence your client, get your client under control. You saw Haba and Trump's legal team sitting there in some of the still shots, some of the sketches, as well as some of the little bit of the video that was released. There was more comments from Trump really post court proceedings as he went back to 40 Wall Street and people were, chanting his name inside of his property, the whole bit. But when we talk about this being politicized, this is a historical first. Never in the history of the state of New York has there been a civil fraud case where there was no victim. Nobody was victim. Legitimately, the case right now is, well, Donald Trump overvalued or undervalued said properties. And I think a lot of people kind of have their eyes glaze over when you talk about assessments. It's kind of a boring thing. Like, unless you're the person who owns the property and wants to know what the value is by said assessor, it's not really a salacious, juicy story. A lot like, the other civil case that Trump has with E. Jean Carroll, or the hush payments with Stormy Daniels, like the ones that are juicy. And I don't even know that the classified documents is juicy because that's kind of boring and low energy. The only one that's really juicy that I think Americans truly care about collectively is the January 6th stuff from the 2020 election. But you have James, who goes in initially and it's $250 million. Now she's seeking $370 million. And then she comes out yesterday, and this is the attorney general for the state. I would think that there's probably far more pressing things in the state of New York for the attorney general to focus her time and effort and energy on. But she shows up yesterday. She's decked out in a beautiful business skirt. She's got the hair done, the makeup done. Like, don't tell me this isn't political. I mean, it really is. And I think the thing that really hammers it home, Dawn, is the fact that there's no victim here. And the banks view Trump to be a great customer. Like, they're like, oh, you need more? You need more? Okay. They're willing to give Trump loan after loan because he pays them back in full. Banks are like salivating over doing business with Donald Trump. So I'm not sure if you carried any of this yesterday on your show, but when we talk about politicized cases, maybe none bigger than this one.
Yeah, I mean, right as Kayal and Company, as you were wrapping up and we were coming on, Trump started speaking as he was going into the courtroom, and Greg actually, was taking it so that we had it live off the top. But then some of the developments, were obviously they went into the closed courtroom, and so we were getting the updates throughout the day. But I would just say, the points about this judge, Arthur Engamoron, is that, number one, he issued that summary judgment against Trump before the trial even began.
Right. How are you found guilty before a trial begins?
Yeah. And that's ground right there. I mean, they have so many grounds for an appeal, but that's grounds for an appeal right there. Because he never heard, You're supposed to at least pretend that you're listening to both sides. Right. He didn't even pretend.
It's unreal.
And so that's number one. And that leads me to believe that's why Trump was defying the judge's order and speaking yesterday, because I think his attorneys have already told him this is all going to get appealed anyway. And so he just let loose because he thought, I have nothing to lose. This guy is... Clearly, they believe that the judge is going to rule against him. But I will say this, in the appeals process and as it goes through different courts, the reason that this whole thing, the bottom line is, the reason that it will be overthrown is that it sets a scary precedent that major business people, because they're trying to shut down the entire business, and they're trying to ban this entire family
from doing
the
business
right to do. It's a ban
in the state.
It's a business ban.
Right.
See, we have to get better with the the little logos.
Yeah.
It's a business ban.
Yep.
And it's a business ban against Republicans.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yes,
and so
it is.
think about all the businesses in New York City and all the people. And that's why Trump keeps saying businesses are leaving. Because if this thing holds, that means that they can go after you. If you're a Republican and they don't like you in New York City, or anybody in New York City who they don't like your politics, they can sick the AG on you and persecute you like this in a civil proceeding, not a criminal one. It's like, well, aren't you the AG? Aren't you the top crime fighter? Why didn't you put him in jail? If you think somebody committed financial fraud, put him in jail.
Yep.
File criminal charges. Why didn't they? Because they don't have a case.
It's amazing. Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, Fannie Willis, all these prosecutors.
Unbelievable.
They basically have made their entire career about campaigning to get Trump, and now they just want to rush through all of this, which, oh, by the way, in the other hypocrisy of all of it, Hunter Biden's out in California. He pleads not guilty to all these tax crimes, $1.4 million or whatever it was. And the federal government, one thing I know is when it's a tax crime, they move swiftly and quickly. Yet for Hunter Biden, we're going on 5 years now for a pretty much an open and shut tax case. Come on. All right, 855-839-1210, 746, Friday morning. Time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I say this all the time. January and February, the best time to buy cars. We talk a lot on the show about diversity hires, right? DEI.
Yes, sir.
What happens when they affect air travel?
Doors pop off?
So, this air traffic controller argued with a pilot who's been flying for 15 years about landing. And she says that she Googled it while he was trying to land.
Wow.
This happened at a small airport in Texas, Denton Enterprise Airport. The female air traffic control argued with a pilot who's been flying for 15 years about landing and says she Googled it, so she's right and knows best. This was posted to Lives of TikTok yesterday. I don't know this for a fact, but who wants to bet that she was a diversity hire?
I would be willing to take that to the bank.
This is how the air traffic control communication sounded. This is cut 5, Phil. Go.
For a short approach, if you're going to do a power off 180, that's my point.
Well, okay, I will remember that from now on, no problem.
Yeah, when you ask for a short approach, I expect you to turn your base and beam the numbers.
This will be a full stop for 6-5 Charlie, and maybe we need to talk about that some more because you're the first controller in 15 years that's ever said that.
Well, I'm just, if you ask for a short approach is when you turn your base and beam the numbers. If I know you're a student asking for a short approach, I know you're out there practicing and you probably will extend. But if you're doing something other than a short approach, don't ask for a short approach.
Ooh.
Well, I will definitely look up the definition of short approach because I've never seen where it says you turn base and beam the numbers because I don't see how you could possibly do that.
Well, I Googled it. I Googled short approach, and it said to turn your base a beam or before the numbers, and you will land probably touchdown around this field.
Wow.
Okay, well, then I apologize for requesting the wrong thing because everywhere else, short approach means power off 180, but that's definitely not what it means here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I've worked at different airports. I don't know. But
what is happening? What is happening?
Speaking of DEI hires, can we get
Mayor Pete!
Can we get Mayor Pete on the line? Because this is either a black eye for Pete Buttigieg or the Federal Aviation Administration. So either him or the FAA look like complete buffoons. And now we're starting to see a lot of these stories pile up. We've had a lot of airline issues in the last week or so. Imagine telling somebody, like, let me give you, like, that would be like, hey, I've been a heart surgeon for 15 years. And then here comes a DEI heart surgeon who says, no, I Googled it. This is how you do it. What?
All I know is, and you know, kudos to that guy for just saying, okay, whatever you say, like, I'm just saying that what you're saying is not right. Because if I'm on that flight, I don't want my air traffic controller and my pilot bickering about short approaches or whatever the hell they're talking about. Just land the plane.
No, see, I disagree. The hell with kudos to that pilot. That guy should have been like, I've been doing this for 15 years. You've been flying drones in Allentown and Googling things. I'm going to do what I normally do and trust my gut instinct here.
Wow.
She Googled it.
Because I Googled it. Can you imagine? This pilot, you got to give this pilot a lot of credit. Because the pilot is very, has a very even demeanor.
Yeah, I guess you have to do that, right?
Because that pilot in his little, thought bubble was saying, you beep, 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 idiot.
If I'm that pilot, as soon as I do land and I go through the airport, I'm going up and getting me a cocktail at the airport bar.
So apparently there's a change.org petition to demanding her removal.
Okay.
Her name allegedly is Brenda Mooney.
Mooney.
I say allegedly because all of this I read on the internet, so I don't know
Well,
how true
just
it is,
like if it's on Google, it's got to be true, right?
So I don't. But apparently this person has had a history of being argumentative with pilots. Can you imagine?
No.
Just tell me if I'm clear for takeoff or landing, and let's be done with this.
Yeah.
I don't need a soliloquy. Just let me land the plane.
That is why when I fly alone, I always have a cocktail at the airport before I get on a flight. If I have my wife or kids, I don't, because I got to be attentive and pay attention to things. But I don't want to know drama. I don't want to pay attention to anybody next to me. I don't want any bickering between our airline attendants and I just. Get me from A to B and let me get the hell off.
Mike Carr says this reminds me of the beginning of Airplane. Exactly. Yeah. That's what's scary about this whole thing. Is that we talk about DEI hires all the time, and I have no idea if this person is one or not, but it appears to me that she is. It's dangerous.
Yes.
It's dangerous to not get qualified people in. For jobs.
This is why we are seeing companies pivot away from DEI, because at the end of the day, it's all about merit. Just give the best people the job. It's not that difficult.
Speaking of DEI hires, this is Biden's FDA chief scientist. Her name is Namanji Bumpus. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that right, or not right.
No,
but
you can go Google. The right answer is on Google.
All these people are saying what Greg said. Stacy says this woman is the reason businesses hate hiring women. She's a disgrace to all women trying to earn a living. I'm guessing she's a diversity hire and has several cats and no husband. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, but your definition of short approach is not right. I just Googled it, so I don't know what we're going to do here. I just need to land the plane.
Yeah, I know. These people are insane.
Give that pilot, though, give the pilot a little award, or
because
buy him a beer or something.
I agree with Dawn, because I mean, he needs her to land the plane. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to sit there and argue with her, because you need her to land the plane.
Time is of the essence.
And imagine if it were the other way around, because she's, in all truth, she's speaking in a very demeaning, demoralizing way, to be honest.
I know.
And if Brenda Mooney were a man speaking to a female pilot, and then that went viral, what would people say?
Oh, it's sexist.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Exactly. All right, back to Biden's DEI hire. This is the FDA chief scientist, Namanji Bumpus. She was on some Zoom call, and she calls on woke students to attack and report on non-woke friends.
We got the woke police. Give me a whistle and a badge and call me the woke sheriff.
Nobody can just. We have all these people. We have all these paper pushers, pencil pushers, whatever you call them.
I know.
Who do nothing.
I know.
They do nothing. They contribute nothing to society.
We gotta trim the fat, man.
They just take up so much salary for that company because they need it. Because if somebody comes in and says, excuse me, where is your diversity and equity chief counsel or whatever? Like, well, we don't have one. Like, no.
Yeah. Well, it's like the Philadelphia Police Department last week. They got rid of their chief DEI officer who was making, what, $170,000 a year?
There's no doubt in my mind that this woman makes six figures and probably into the high six figures for doing this job.
Yep.
This is cut.
You know, if we actually got rid of every DEI-related position in this country and added up the total salaries that have been wasted on that entire industry for the last 3.5 years, we probably could finish the wall.
Send me around to each company. I can trim fat.
I would be great at that. I'm telling you, that's my future. Let me go into any company, put me in front of their entire board and every employee, and tell me their names, their titles, and what they do, and what their salary is. I'll shed 28% like that.
What do you contribute to making this company profit go? Okay. You don't. Okay, I'm sorry. You're out.
Yep.
All right. Cut one, Phil. Go.
But another thing I think is being vocal with other students. So there are, students also that, may not be making the environment as inclusive as we hope, and those are future leaders. I think that students, yes, need to hold leadership accountable, get faculty allies that will help you, get to board meetings, meet board trustees, and have these conversations. But I think that holding other students accountable and thinking about the educational climate is really important too. So, for instance, I was visiting an institution that was having a pie in the face contest, a student-sponsored pie in the face contest. You got to pay, $20 to put a pie in a faculty member's face. And it was a medical school. So I kind of was a little bit, surprised by it. And I said to the students, well, what happened to do no harm? Throwing a pie in someone's face. That's not necessarily what we're trying to put forward as scientists and doctors. And also a pie is not, nutritional food, but you're in a city, there are a lot of people with food scarcity, and here you are putting a pie in someone's face. It really looks insensitive. And I think that some of the students hadn't realized that, and also faculty involved hadn't realized it. And when I talked to more students, there were some of them that said, yes, there is this climate among us where there are, these kind of differences in worldview. You all are the future leaders. I think that having this discussion among yourselves is important, but also get faculty allies and hold faculty feet to the fire. But students do have a lot of opportunity to influence the climate more than they realize.
Oh my God.
She talks about institutions. I would actually like to institutionalize her in a straitjacket.
Oh my God.
She's actually talking about people that are going hungry because of a pie smashing contest. Now, was that a key lime pie? Was that pecan
I don't know.
pie? I need to know. I need more context to the pie.
It's not very nutritional, though.
These people are just bat bleep insane. Let me just zone in on the word inclusive again, because DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Where in society do people not feel like it's everywhere I go, I never get the sense that this is not an inclusive environment. Actually, I'll take that back. There's times when I go to a private golf course, and I play public golf. But there are times where I'm friends with certain people that have memberships, and they invite me as a member, and I pay the member fee. And it's a little uppity for sure. There's definitely these settings for sure. Got some of these snootier, wealthy golf courses. I get the whole bit. But other than that, I don't ever encounter places where I could say objectively and honestly, I don't know that this is a very inclusive place for somebody that's a female or black or Asian or Hispanic or LGBTQ. We are a very inclusive world.
Yep.
Well, there's places in the world that are not inclusive. Let me take that back. The United States is very inclusive in 2024. These people are psychotic.
Yeah, I don't. You go to these companies, especially these big companies, and there are whole divisions of people like this woman who have jobs like this.
And that was such a word. That was a very Kamala Harris-esque word salad. Like they throw in all these like buzzwords that make it sound very next level, intellectually stimulating. But when you actually break down the context and the subject matter of what they're discussing, you're like, what did you just say?
Speaking of Kamala Harris,
oh God,
she's doing what she does best. She's talking to middle schoolers.
She would be a hell of a fifth grade like literature teacher.
She was talking to middle schoolers in North Carolina, and this is what she said to them. Again, I understand they're younger kids, but like the vice president talks like she's 3 years old. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Hi, Jaguars. I am so happy to see all these young leaders. You know, I just got off the plane. It's called Air Force Two from Washington, D.C. to come and visit with you all. I've been hearing about you.
She sounds like a drunk woman. I just got off a thing about Air Force Two. Come visit you.
She's banged up on something.
I'm telling you, she's medicated on something.
It's unreal.
Maybe
I just got off Air Force Two, and I see you're wearing Air Force Ones. Oh, those are so cute.
Well, maybe to work in the Biden administration, you need some medication.
Well,
to deal with this administration.
It's a good point. We don't have to play the video, but what I want you to do, and if you're driving, don't do this. But like, just close your eyes for a second.
Don't do that either.
And pretend that this is not the vice president of the United States.
Yeah.
Tell me this does not sound like somebody who just came off the street.
I'm going to close my eyes
on an all-night bender.
Yep.
All right, listen.
So happy to see all these young leaders. You know, I just got off the plane. It's called Air Force Two from Washington, D.C. to come and visit with you all. Because I've been hearing about you. You all are so smart.
Oh, my God. I'm telling you.
It is. And let's be real. Her tone doesn't change much when she's with adults either.
I know.
Right?
I know.
Like she's playing up the fifth grade crowd for sure a little bit, but when she's in front of adults, it's like she's talking to ninth graders.
Yep. I'm telling you. She sounds like a drunk person.
She does.
You think she just eats edibles all day?
Yes, I really do.
I mean, I'm not even implying that she's on like, anxiety medicines or whatever. Like I think she just she just might pop an edible 2 or 3 times a day to get through the day.
It's something, man. It is something. So, while she's doing that, we have Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman criticizing South Africa for accusing Israel of genocide while allowing the persecution of white farmers. What is happening to John Fetterman?
This is unbelievable.
Joe Bin.
He was speaking yesterday. This is cut to Phil. This is what he said. Go.
Who are they really fighting? It's a group of cowards. They hide in tunnels. They hide behind civilians. They attack, kill, and mutilate children, women. And they do that? Stop talking about proportion on that. They shot their best shot on October 7th, and they would have taken more lives if they couldn't do that, but they couldn't do it. And now let's also talk about that. Now we're talking about genocide, and now South Africa is bringing that kind of a trial. Maybe South Africa ought to sit this one out when they're talking about criticizing. Sit it out.
Wow.
I think the Biden administration might want to issue a drone strike on Fetterman's house. He's just making way too. I mean, we're going on about a month and a half now where this guy has just been absolutely on point with almost everything he says. This is remarkable.
Yeah, what's happening? Do we know?
I tell you what, man, I'm telling you, he should just flip Republican when his term is up. He'd be like Hogan joining the NWO.
He's not a Republican, but I think, the Inquirer was at the headline yesterday or today where they said the progressives are saying Fetterman left us. What happened?
He did. Maybe Fetterman outsmarted everybody. Ambitiously, he wanted to get into office. He played the progressive card. Then he gets in, and all of a sudden, he slides back more moderate. By the way, Phil says that Kamala Harris is drinking for me. Dorenzo says Kamala's on pills.
We don't know any of that. We're just
I would love to have a
speculating.
drinking fest with Kamala. We ought to sell that. We'll see if we can pitch that. Have sales pitch that to the White House.
Look, it's
cocktail time with Kayal and Kamala.
All you have to do is listen to her.
You know, I just got off the plane. It's called Air Force 2 from Washington, D.C. to come and visit with you all. Because I've been hearing about you.
That's me after I get off the air.
You are so smart.
Daddy just got off the air. I've been hearing about you.
You all are so smart.
You are so smart.
Now, see, if SNL has a clue,
yes,
they are spoofing that. They're bringing in Maya Rudolph this week, and she's going to mock Kamala Harris in the whole bit.
They won't do that.
YouTube, yeah, there's zero chance. They're also, I don't think they're on this week anyway.
Oh, yeah, they take off every other week now.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Well, where the poll question is right now, who would you rather have a drink with, Kamala or Hunter Biden?
Definitely Hunter.
Hunter would be way. Oh my God, that would be a party.
Look, you know, Hunter is a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Here's a guy who legit feels like, hey, other people write off their health club. I'm writing off my sex club.
Absolutely.
My hooches, my hookers.
Yep.
I mean, we saw the ATM withdrawals.
Right?
480,000 for this, 200 grand for adult entertainment.
This guy knows how to party.
Guy's living like a rap star.
Hunter and I can have a contest to see who can put more Skittles on.
Oh my Skittles. No,
Was it Skittles or M&M's?
If you're a dude, I don't,
Skittles.
There's no appeal if you're a dude to hang out with Hunter.
What?
Yeah, dude, no, you got to be.
Oh my God, he would be a party. Like, can you imagine him in Vegas?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
like, okay, just one drink, and then it turns into.
You don't think Kamala will be wild in Vegas? Can you imagine her pulling the slot machine and just laughing?
One drink, 3 days later, you're in Thailand. Those are the kind of shenanigans you get if you go out with Hunter.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you. So the border is still an issue here. Representative Jerry Nadler, Fat Jerry, yesterday said that we need immigrants in this country, but not for the reasons that you guys might think. This is what he said yesterday. Cut 9, Phil, go.
And we need immigrants in this country. Forget the fact that the farm that our vegetables would rot in the ground if they weren't being picked by many immigrants, many illegal immigrants. The fact is that the birth rate in this country is way below replacement level, which means our population is going to start shrinking. And the ratio of people on Social Security and Medicare is going to increase relative to the number of people supporting them.
So Jerry Nadler is basically saying, I don't want to mess up my domestic help and the people who pick my gardens. So we need immigration in this country.
It's just
isn't that basically what he's saying?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a guy who now is Nadler's 75 or 76 years old right now, and we heard from other people in New York. I think Nadler's 12th or 13th district of New York. We heard the Congresswoman Clark yesterday saying the quiet part out loud about redistricting purposes. This guy's worried about his fruits and vegetables. Imagine if a Republican said that. How racist that would be.
That's my point about this, is that he says it, and it's like, oh, it's compassionate.
Yeah.
But it's so patronizing.
Oh, my God.
It's like we need them here to do all the crappy jobs that Americans won't do.
Right. And, there's two things. Like, two things can be true at the same time. There are plenty of hardworking Americans, and there are plenty of lazy leeches in this country. And to his point, I mean, I was waiting for him to say we need illegal immigrants to come here for the landscaping industry.
Yeah.
I worked in the landscaping industry in the summer of 2020 during the pandemic for 6 weeks. I was on a crew because I was only doing part-time radio for Odyssey in Atlanta, and I needed other money. So I was doing some landscaping, and it was a crew of 13 guys. I was the only white guy. It was 12 guys that were, I believe, Hispanic, and just me. And I lasted 6 weeks. I'm like, they do incredible work. They're great at what they do. But if a Republican says any of this, it's dehumanizing.
Mm-hmm.
The white man wants to have so and so working for. But this guy says it, and it's amazing how the Democrats can say the quiet part out loud, operate carte blanche, and never be held accountable for it.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jerry Nadler is 76 years old, so he probably don't give a damn about what he says at all at this point in his career. And that probably you're only going to hear that clip on a show like this.
76 years old, by the way. He still has another 10, 15 years left in Congress, right?
Oh yeah, the Feinstein rule.
Although he can't be healthy because he was obese.
He doesn't look overly big there, though.
And then, he got the lap band surgery.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, yeah. He dropped like 2 humans when he got. I'm not kidding. He was huge.
Wow.
There was no way he was going to see his 76th birthday if he didn't get that surgery.
Man.
But anyway, so you talked earlier, Nick, about the United States dropping some bombs in Yemen. How is where's our defense secretary, Lloyd Austin? Is he still recuperating?
Yeah, in the hospital.
John Kirby was asked about this yesterday, about not knowing where, a pretty high-ranking official is.
6th in command below the president.
And this administration having zero clue for basically a month where he was. This is what he says, we're not going to plant microchips in their necks like poodles.
Oh. Maybe we should.
Can you imagine?
What are they, those AirTag things where you can kind of keep track of people with their phone? Maybe we should AirTag Lloyd Austin.
Dawn has an AirTag on her children and her husband.
Yes.
That's right.
Proud of it.
Cut 4, Phil. Go.
Thank you, Admiral. On Monday, you told one of my colleagues that the Situation Room's ability to track where cabinet members are is, in your words, generic, limited to the city they're in. That seems to be in line with Cold War era capabilities where principals in the line of succession had to call in their location to the central locator system that FEMA runs. Are you saying that in 2024, when I have a phone in my pocket that can be pinged to locate me within a couple of feet, where I get the same kind of capability for my dog if I want, that we don't have a way of knowing where each person in the line of succession is without them having to tell the Situation Room or FEMA or whoever is in charge of tracking their locations?
I do not have a different answer to you today than I did to your colleague on Monday. There is a process by which cabinet officials and their location is tracked by the Situation Room. There is a check-in every morning where their general location is known and logged and reported.
Your general location. Each of these principals is issued, I assume, is issued a mobile phone. I'm sure you have one. I know Karina has one.
Let me stop you right there. We're not going to track the GPS coordinates on somebody's mobile phone in the administration, and we're not going to plant a microchip in their neck like they're a poodle.
To citizens.
They check in every day, and we know where they are, and I leave it at that.
But the problem is with Secretary Austin, you didn't know where he was.
Yeah.
You didn't know where he was for days.
Yeah, they did.
And you're telling me that these daily check-ins are the best that can be done at this point?
We had no indication that he was outside the D.C. area. Now, it's true, we didn't know he was hospitalized, and I've said repeatedly that that's a problem.
Yeah.
That should not happen again.
Yeah.
That if a cabinet official becomes hospitalized or has to be seen for medical help, certainly to the degree where the authority has to be delegated, that the White House needs to know. And Karine has talked about the memo that Mr. Zients put out advising cabinet agencies to review those protocols. We'll get better at this. We'll learn from this.
We'll get better at this. We're just kind of going as we go.
Oh, I don't know. I don't have anything against poodles.
I'm just teasing. Okay.
We'll get better at this.
Yeah, it's a laughing, joking matter. You know what I mean? Because this is the same. The media would treat this the same way if this happened under George Bush with Donald Rumsfeld. What Jim Mattis was the Secretary of Defense for about 2.5 years, I think, under Trump. I'm sure if that happened under Trump, it would just be a laughing gaggle of reporters. So, and look. John Kirby and Karine Jean-Pierre are in a bad spot because they've got bad facts, and you can only do so much spin out of this. But it just goes to show you how this is just an administration that I don't know if anybody knows where anybody is at any point in time. I mean, between the Pentagon to the White House, Joe takes vacation. Second in charge under Lloyd Austin was in Puerto Rico. They can't be bothered. It just seems like everybody's just, do whatever you want. It's like Fauci with science. We'll just make it up as we go.
Dawn, what did you mean when you said that you think that they knew where he was?
Well, we know that they followed the protocols and they notified their deputy. And so, the problem was what they're not talking about. Everybody was just on vacation. So the deputy never, they know that they emailed the deputy who was out of the country somewhere on a beach, and they got the email. They had a correspondence, but that woman did not immediately call in and say, you want me to, come back, or, don't you think that if you're now in power, you're the defense secretary, you're the acting defense secretary, you get your butt on the next, you say, are you going to chopper me home? Do I get a domestic flight, commercial flight? Where, your priority is, right, that you would think that job. But it just shows, to me, it shows the attitude of people in this administration. I mean, seriously, you have a vice president who's a heartbeat away from the presidency who sounds high. Okay? It's not professional.
How dare they?
And these people, to me, these individuals in this administration are unprofessional and unfit for the job.
Unqualified, unprepared.
Yes. And so it's like, look, she looks pretty, and she looks like she fits whatever description. It is a DEI nightmare, in my humble opinion, that it almost feels like they're just hiring people because of the look or something. Yeah. But these individuals do not have a level of professionalism that, quite frankly, we have part-time employees and interns in our building right now who could handle these jobs and these situations better than the people in this administration. It's a hot mess.
It is.
I just got off the plane. It's called
Listen to this. That's embarrassing.
To come and visit with you all, because I've been hearing about you. You all are so
worried about you.
That's smart.
My favorite piece of audio we've ever played.
Yeah. Good God. Kamala goes all Aunt Tootsie on everybody. You see Aunt Tootsie? Oh, you look so smart. I just got off Air Force 2.
I'm sorry, we're going to say something. Fox's Peter Ducey asked KJP, who decided that the American people are best served by seeing less of the president? Well, I kind of disagree with Peter Ducey. Maybe we do need to see less of the president. This is what she said to that question. This is where are we here? Cut 10, Phil, go.
Who decided that the American people are best served by seeing less of the president?
I would disagree. I wouldn't say they saw less of the president. He was out there, again, a couple of states in 3 days. I think that's important to note as well.
We should see less of him, hear less of him. We should actually do an exercise. I'm going to actually, over the weekend, I'm going to pull up the Biden administration and go down in order from Joe to Kamala on down the ranking list. And we're just going to find out who is not a DEI hire. That's the question, because most of them are. But I want to find the ones that are not DEI hires and just kind of assess their competence based off of what we have heard in past episodes of the Cut Sheet.
And look at what you're saying and the reactions. I mean, just thousands of reactions to the change.org petition that Greg had referenced with that Brenda Mooney woman who, by the way, I emailed you guys because it looks like there's a former fighter pilot who started that petition.
The spearheading it, yep.
And so I don't know if that's the pilot or what.
No, I don't think it's the pilot.
It's another pilot instructor from Texas. But the point is, a ton of the reaction are from women saying this is an insult to women. Mm-hmm. And that's just it. This Biden administration couldn't even bother to go out and just hire qualified people, qualified women. There are a ton of qualified women who could do a better job than these yahoos over here, and to not take a job seriously.
Yeah.
It's really, to me, it's a mockery.
Yeah, it is.
What do you guys think of after the CNN town hall or debate, I guess it was, with Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley? The first place that Ron DeSantis ran to was Morning Joe. Isn't that interesting?
Once again, it's always a red flag when they're popping up like that.
And by the way, he goes on Morning Joe and slams Fox News for allowing gaslighting, massive gaslighting is what he says for the Trump town hall.
Oh, he's just so bent that Trump won't debate him.
And not pushing back on him. This is what he said to the Morning Joe crew yesterday. This is cut 3, Phil, go.
So it's massive, massive gaslighting. He was able to do that, I guess, on Fox with no pushback, which was really, well, I guess that's just par for the course at this point. But the reality is he knows that he dropped the ball on that.
Yeah, your campaign last night said, and I'm sure your campaign won't take this as a compliment, but your campaign said last night what we said today. That Fox town hall meeting looked like Fox News is completely in the tank for Donald Trump. It looked like a commercial, a re-elect commercial for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I did a town hall with them the day before, and I had about, I think, a half a dozen left-wing plants, including people that rushed the stage when I was up there, which is fine. I mean, we roll with the punches, but yeah, I don't think that there was very many critical questions. And incidentally, we had a debate in Iowa at the same time. He was invited. He could have come. He's not done any debates yet. I think it's because he knows he can get away with that type of gaslighting in that venue. He knows he wouldn't be able to get away with that if we were just on the debate stage. And here's the thing. He was bragging in 2020 that he shut down the greatest economy in the world. He used to say he saved millions of lives to do that. Now he knows Republican voters think that was a mistake, but he cannot admit that he made a mistake. And I think as a leader, if something doesn't work, you course correct. And voters appreciate it's a refreshing when you acknowledge that you got something wrong. Donald Trump just can't do that.
I would totally push back on what DeSantis said about Fox News as a soft landing spot and a prop-up job. I mean, first of all, DeSantis has had plenty of run on Fox. He's been on all the shows.
I was just going to say that.
Constantly. And what was the accusation months and months ago? Oh, Fox News, New York Post, Rupert Murdoch, they're all bailing on Trump, and they're trying to position themselves to elevate Ron DeSantis. Yeah, you're not going to get as much pushback in a town hall because you're not debating anybody. The little bit of pushback you'll get was from Martha or Brett if they tried to fact-check Trump. I mean, it's a totally different environment, so I don't know what DeSantis' gripe is at all.
I'm telling you guys, he is shooting himself in the foot with this presidential campaign. He really is, and it's gonna get him nothing. It's gonna get him nothing because I believe, and we can ask Tony Bruno when he comes on at 8:30. I believe that he's ticking off Florida residents because he's spending so much time, running for president.
Yep.
And he's not going to win. He's not even going to come close. In fact, he'll be out by the end of the month.
Right. Nikki's going to surpass him.
So what does he gain from all of this?
I don't know. The only question I've had, and I've said this many times now, is, will he be a salvageable commodity and product and an asset come 2028? Or is the GOP going to have to look for their next star, so to speak? Because he was supposed to be the successor. And he's shown you that he's, at least from a presidential standpoint, he's backup quarterback material. He's not the starting quarterback.
I can't. Yeah, you're right. And I can't even see 20. I mean, look, politics, everybody has a short memory. People forgive and forget.
True.
I understand all of that. So anything can happen. But I believe, just like I believe that in 2012 was Chris Christie's time. If he was ever going to run, that was his time, and he blew it. I think that this was Ron DeSantis' time. And he's too awkward. He has the charisma of a stone. He's just not good. He's just not good at this type of stuff.
Yeah.
He might be a good governor and, they might like him in Florida, but he's just not resonating with the rest of the country.
He's proof that policy's not enough.
One more, and then we can get to Mr. Bruno. Let's not sleep on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, shall we? I know, in this world that we live in, news breaks and it's like the biggest thing ever, and then 2 hours later something else happens and we forget all about it. Mark Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein's brother. Tucker Carlson actually interviewed him a couple weeks ago, but he was on with, I guess this is Leland Vitter on News Nation, and he's again bringing up the fact that Bill Barr, he believes Bill Barr is covering up Jeffrey Epstein's death, and he wants to know who Bill Barr was protecting in doing so. This is cut 8, Phil, go.
With us now, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark. Nice to talk to you, sir. We appreciate the time. I know you have said, and we have listed the irregularity, shall we say, if we want to use that term generously, involving your brother's death. You say you want more of an investigation. Is that because you believe there are more irregularities, or because you believe that the irregularities point to the possibility that your brother was killed?
Yeah, well, first of all, you're saying an investigation. It doesn't seem to have been much of an investigation at all. That's the real question, because things like the EMT and the medical personnel at the hospital, none of them have ever been questioned. And they have found that to be odd, because they're always questioned, especially in high-profile cases. So the question becomes, what investigation was done? It doesn't seem to have been any, because the pathologist that did the autopsy, the city pathologist, and Dr. Barden, who I had there, they both came out of the autopsy saying they could not call it a suicide because it appeared too much like a homicide. There are a number of reasons why. And then, so on the initial death certificate, the cause of death said pending, meaning pending further investigation. Now, supposedly, when it says pending further investigation, it takes weeks to come up with a determination. But yet, a few days later, Attorney General Barr says it's a suicide, and it wasn't really his position to do that. And then the medical examiner...
Well, we have that soundbite. Let me
ask you guys a question, because he's going to great lengths, and Tucker mentioned this when he did the interview with him, that he doesn't want to be on camera. Yet they've thrown up a picture of him.
Still shot of him.
There's like if you're watching the video right now, Leland Vitter is doing this side by side with a picture of him. So you know what he looks like. So why not? I don't know.
It is very odd. I don't know how dated that picture is, but yeah, to your point, that doesn't make any sense. But then again, this whole death doesn't make any sense. If you saw too on the screenshot there, they showed all the discrepancies in what typically happens in these situations, and all the protocols that were not followed, and all the kind of procedural issues that were broken. And then Barr rushes pretty much to the conclusion and the judgment that nothing to see here.
And
suicide.
why? And why did he rush to that?
Covering up some freaky people in high places.
Of course.
Yeah.
When it's above Barr too.
Who's the freakiest? That's what I
mean.
That's what, and that's how they need to. They need to not let this go.
Well, your point, you brought this up, I think last week, is a great one. That you need to differentiate between people who knew and who associated with him and flew on that plane after the news came out in whatever it was, 2006 or 8 or whatever it was, after all the allegations came out about him. Who are those people? Because if you had a relationship with him in the 90s or whatever, the early 2000s, you didn't, if you flew on his plane, you didn't necessarily know what he was doing. I can see that. But if afterwards you were still,
going to Freaky Island, going to Pedo Island,
hobnobbing with him, absolutely. Right. I want to know who those people are.
Yeah, exactly. Hobnobbing, that's a great word.
It is.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Exactly.
Yeah. You got to be careful who you hobnob around with.
Exactly.
We'll be hobnobbing with Tony Bruno on the other side as we go down to the great state of Florida on the other side of Kayal and Company, a Friday morning. Friday appearance from Tony Bruno next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, let's talk about parks. And I love parks and Bet Parks. The Bet Parks app is the only one I ever recommend. And Bet Parks is an official winning partner of the Philadelphia 76ers. Odds, bets, slots, games right in your pocket. The casino comes to you wherever you are. Enjoy 24/7 online casino action and play the hottest online slots, or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em with that live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the Bet Parks casino apps, and it's so simple. New users, join me now. Just download the Bet Parks app. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. The Bet Parks app or betparks.com has all the details for you. Your casino bonus must be wagered. Bet Parks, the only app I recommend. Bet Parks, an official winning partner of the Sixers. You love to play, you love to win, you love to bet. Bet Parks. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vacation? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, It's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal Company, 8:32, Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, Greg Stocker, Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist as we head till 10 o'clock. Oh, man. You know, normally on Wednesdays around this time, we chat with Tony Bruno. He was under the weather, but he is feeling better. He is refreshed, reinvigorated, and recharged. And he should be. Because coming up on Monday, special programming announcement, as Stocker and Dawn will have the morning off, Tony Bruno will be co-hosting Kayal Company with yours truly.
Wow, this is history.
What?
News. Yes.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Who signed off on this?
I can't. You know, management has really lost control.
It's true.
The suits have no idea what they signed up for.
Suits.
Unbelievable. What up, man?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me. The last time we spoke, I was walking into the studio in drizzle from 17th and Locust from the hotel with Robin without an umbrella, and I fell sick, and now 3 weeks later, I have finally emerged from my cocoon. I feel like Howard Stern and Jimmy Kimmel and all these other people who have been hiding in their basements for 3 weeks, and now I'm alive. I'm partially awake, alert, but by Monday, it'll be all right. As the late, great Jimmy Buffett said, come Monday, it'll be all right. On Monday, I'll be holding you tight.
You have typically...
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm not, by the way, I tested negative, so I can hold you tight again, and now you don't have to worry about getting COVID or all the other diseases that are flying around.
That's right. Now, you typically have always had good pipes, Tony Bruno, but you even sound a little deeper than normal, so you're still feeling it a little bit, I guess, huh?
Just a little bit. I'm pretty much, I mean, how long? I've pretty much been bedridden for 3 weeks. I mean, you know, if I wanted to be bedridden for 3 weeks, I'd like to be on a deserted island, you know, sipping Mai Tais out of a coconut shell,
right,
and not sitting in my condo all week. You know, I haven't been out. I haven't done anything. And the people who want to stay inside all the time, like Jimmy Kimmel and Howard Stern and all these other tough guys, you know, I don't get it. Nobody wants to stay inside, especially when you live in Florida. You know, we've had some bad weather here, rain and stuff, but it's still 70s. It was 75 degrees yesterday. So you think I want to be sitting at home, laying in bed instead of going out and enjoying life? It's insane. It's called the winter. Everybody gets sick, and hopefully everybody gets better, takes the right medications, don't take too many medications, and freak out like I did when I was prescribed to take what was the stuff called, Robin?
Ivermectin?
Prednisone.
Oh, prednisone.
So the doctor prescribes prednisone. I took one prednisone, and I was pretty much lit for 36 straight hours. It's unbelievable.
Maybe that's what Kamala Harris is taking before every speaking engagement.
By the way,
I didn't
Tony,
I got off a big airplane, and it was called Velo Airlines, and I flew in all the way in here from RSW Airport in Fort Myers just to see you, and you all look so smart today.
I just got off the plane. It's called Air Force Two from Washington, D.C. to come and visit with you all.
That's what I did.
About you.
Look at you.
So smart.
Look at you, Dawn. Look at you, Grace. Look at you, Nick. You're all shiny today, just like watching the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah, you had to go there.
In Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How are you all? You look so great today, everybody. Hi.
By the way, Scott Martin on the YouTube channel, Tony, says that it's Nick's fault that you got sick, because if he didn't take off, then you wouldn't have had to come to Philly and get sick.
That's right.
So it's actually Nick Kayal's fault that Tony Bruno and Miss Robin got sick.
No, we had planned to come to Philadelphia to see the family and the grandkids on Thanksgiving, remember? And then it just became too complicated with starting the network. We wanted to make sure everything was okay. We didn't want to leave and not be able to do anything and help the people running the radio network here in Cape Coral, Florida, Fort Myers. And so we postponed it until Christmas, figuring at Christmas, the kids are more into the whole vibe and everything. So we postponed our trip, went to Christmas. And then, it's amazing. Every single year around this time is when I get sick. And that's because they're traveling around in airplanes and all the other stuff. And that's what happens. But nobody's wearing masks in planes. And that's fine, because there's viruses flying around all the time. So I didn't triple mask. I mean, I went into the hospital the other day, and nobody was wearing a mask. Not the doctors, not the nurses. Are they careless now? No. It's because they know. They know that when you get the flu, wearing a mask and quarantining and all this other. Even Dr. Fauci just admitted the other day that it was all BS.
Yes,
it was all a crock of lies.
Yep.
And this guy still has the cojones to show up and think that people are forgetting about all that he did to ruin this country in the name of some. Remember, he was the science.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How is this guy not in a camp somewhere? How is this guy not behind bars? Is the biggest question to me. Remember, he did the same thing during the AIDS epidemic, and people hated him back then.
Mm-hmm.
But then they forgot about what he did during the AIDS epidemic, and they bring him back out again as the quintessential expert on infectious diseases. And the guy is still walking around and puffing out his little wretched chest like he knew what he was talking about when he just made it all up.
Well, that's the most egregious thing, Tony, is the fact that he comes out in these closed-door sessions under oath and says, yeah, the whole 6 feet social distancing thing was completely anti-science-based. There was no data to prove it works.
Exactly.
And we're all labeled conspiracy theorists when we say it's political theater. And I mean, and remember we had all the plexiglass dividers at gyms.
Yeah.
It was such nonsense, and everybody knew it. But if you said something about it, you were anti-Fauci, anti-science, and you had to go.
And all the people that idiot Jimmy Kimmel and all these late night comics who take money from Pfizer to promote the vaccine and have dancing needles coming out onto the stage, they should be punished too.
Yes.
They should be. Who watches that stuff? Kimmel, all the late night people, they're all in the pocket. And here's the worst part about the sanctimonious late night crowd, who basically all read from the same script.
Yep.
Remember, they were being funded by Pfizer. And the reason that they were doing their thing and telling everybody all this nonsense is because our tax dollars, which Pfizer used to put these injections out without having anybody have to pay for them or getting testing and everything else, was all free. They were the ones promoting this. And then they have the gall to go crazy about Aaron Rodgers, who didn't believe in the thing. He was the guy that's the bad guy. But all the people who were taking 15, 16 boosters, they were the heroes. And Fauci was a hero. These people have all been discredited, yet we're still believing late night schlubs like Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel as the quintessential authorities on science when they're all hiding with Howard Stern under their beds in their mansions here in Florida.
Tony Bruno joining us as he does each week here on Kayal and Company. So let's get to what has been going on with ESPN, the Pat McAfee show, Aaron Rodgers, Howard Stern, Jimmy Kimmel, all of this nonsense. You worked at ESPN in the glory days when ESPN was great, and I talked about that this morning in the Big Take, how two big institutions. I mean, Howard Stern and ESPN in the 90s were as big as it gets, and they've allowed politics to kind of ruin their brand, so to speak. And ESPN hires Pat McAfee because they want to get away from all this left-wing woke stuff, and they know that he's a wild card. You know, he doesn't do the cookie-cutter Mike and Mike type radio show, and now they've had this whole back and forth with Rodgers, all because Rodgers is calling out Jimmy Kimmel and calling out Fauci. Yet if he was on ESPN promoting Fauci and promoting all the stuff that the left does, you know darn well there would be no dust-ups with the suits at ESPN.
You're exactly right. And this is the reason I spoke about this, because it's embarrassing to me to see the media all jumping up in favor of Jimmy Kimmel. It's like there's a battle. Oh, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, he's the hero. Aaron Rodgers, he's a piece of garbage. Listen, I don't care what Aaron Rodgers says. If you don't like what he says, don't watch him. It's a pretty simple thing. Don't tune in to Pat McAfee when he's on once a week and get all triggered. The thing that bothers me the most is the media, the so-called journalists out there who are all jumping on the side of Jimmy Kimmel as this hero who's really speaking truth to power in saying that Aaron Rodgers is a nutcase and anti-vax and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, they were all salivating when Aaron Rodgers made that Monday night appearance with the Jets, and then his season then came to an end, in the first series of downs. So that's the hypocrisy of it. Listen, you can feel however you want. And that's what I say about anything. And obviously, my throat, I don't feel bad, by the way. I may sound bad right now, but I think if I stay in bed for 3 more days and get a couple more boosters, I should be okay to go.
Get your boosters.
I need my boosters. Anybody got any extra boosters? I'm going to go out on the street and I'm going to go down to K&A and see if I can get some extra boosters down there. See if Jim Kenny's walking around maybe with some extra safe injections.
Exactly.
No, he's having Prosecco. He just retired. He's sipping his...
exactly.
Yeah.
I guarantee you Jim Kenny is here in Florida along with Phil Murphy and all of these other hypocrites who have investment properties in Florida while everybody's freezing up there in the Northeast and dealing with crappy weather. We have crappy weather here too. It's called wintertime and it's winter storm. So it's just a mess. But getting back to ESPN for a second, the reason that people have been asking me to speak about it is because when I was at ESPN from 1992 to 2000, they hired me to do weekends, and I was working Philly and going up to Bristol every weekend. And so when I went there, the Patriots have hired Gerard Mayo now. That's official now.
Look at you breaking news mid-rant.
This is breaking news. The New England Patriots have hired Gerard Mayo as the new coach of your New England Patriots, who, by the way, will still not have a quarterback and still won't be able to win games regardless of who the coach is unless they get that organization back in tow. So anyway, people have been asking me because, I worked there. I was there when things were great. And I was there also when they changed management, when ESPN and ABC became one. And so a lot of the ESPN executives were promoted to ABC to go run the ABC network. That's sort of like a graduation. You move up from the minor leagues up to ABC to go run ABC. And so many of my bosses left ESPN radio. They were radio and TV experts, and they went to ABC for cushy jobs. And God bless them, that's how you move up the food chain in corporate America. But so when I was there, I had 2-year contracts that would renew me. And at one point, I was the second highest paid employee at ESPN next to Chris Berman. Back in 1999.
Wow.
And so then, the people who hired me, they wanted me to stay there. And I did stay. But then those people who hired me left and they brought in new people who knew nothing about the business. And then they started micromanaging because they had to make their mark. And what they started doing to me, surreptitiously, is sending me emails and having the program director, who then was just basically a minion, tell me that, hey, People are complaining you're playing too many sound effects.
Mhm.
Now, this is what I've been doing my entire career at this point.
Right.
This is what made the ESPN radio sports shows popular all over the country, is our personalities.
Mhm.
You know, we didn't take phone calls. We didn't have internet. We had internet, but there was no, there were no call-ins. There was no Twitter. There was no social media.
Mhm.
We did 7 hours on Sunday night, Saturday night, 7 hours on Sunday, and we had a good time. But the bottom line is when you bring in a new manager and they are now your new boss and they decide they don't like what you do, then you have conflict. And that's why I left ESPN, because they kept sending me memos about what I was doing wrong and how Mike Golick and I, the original morning show, were having too much fun.
Yeah.
And so that's what the micromanaging era started.
Having
on
too much
ESPN.
fun on radio, God forbid.
And I said to them, listen, you guys hired me. You've given me like 4 contract extensions. I'm the second highest paid guy at the entire ESPN property. And now you're telling me you don't like what I'm doing? And the best part, guys, and I don't know if I've ever told you this story. So I finally found out who the executive was who was having problems with what I did on the air. And I had a meeting with him. And I said, why didn't you just tell me what you want? What do you want from me, from what I've been doing? What do you want me to change that so far has been pretty good for ESPN and my relationship with the network and the audience? He said, well, you're not talking enough sports. I said, what? I said, what do you listen to? The guy's name was Steve Anderson. He was the son of the legendary Dave Anderson. Dave Anderson was a great writer in New York, a Pulitzer Prize winning, and his son was in the media business too. But his son wouldn't even know how to turn on a radio, but they put him in charge of running ESPN radio.
Let's get it back to the Eagles.
He came in to make his mark, and his mark was, I'm going to micromanage Tony and Mike Golick because I get up in the morning. So I said, Steve, with all due respect, you're my boss. I respect your opinion. Tell me what it is that you don't like. You're not talking about sports. I said, we talk about sports. We'll have fun, Steve. I said, what do I hear? Where do you get your sports in the morning when you wake up in New York City? He said, I put on Imus. I said, Imus? Imus doesn't talk sports. Imus goes to a sports update. Here's the bottom line. I figured out that he wanted to hear about the Knicks, the Nets, the Jets. He wanted to hear about New York sports every morning when he woke up. And I said, Steve, with all due respect, this is a national network.
Yeah.
This isn't a New York sports station. If you want to listen to sports in New York, go listen. You're not getting it on Imus because Imus wasn't a sports guy. He happened to be the morning guy on a sports station where he didn't talk about sports at all. So that's when I decided, you know what? If I can't make you happy, I'm not going to change what I do. This is what I do. But I've been getting emails about you're playing too many sound effects and then all of this micromanaging. That's why I left ESPN.
How dare
I left ESPN. Exactly. So I'm not a hero or anything. I'm just, if you hire me to do something and then all of a sudden you decide what I do isn't what you like, then either fire me, pay me to go away, or just let me resign. And I resigned. That's the way it works. And that's the difference now is ESPN still, wants to have people like what they do. That's why they brought in Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee is not the conventional guy. And so when he didn't listen to them and did his own thing, then they came down on him. But the best part, guys, after the whole thing, he will not be on anymore. He put him back on again yesterday after the season ended to pretty much stick it into the ESPN executives because they know they can't fire him because he's not doing anything wrong.
Yep.
He's not doing anything wrong. And yet you have all these idiots in sports media siding with Jimmy Kimmel and denouncing. And listen, you can hate Aaron Rodgers all you want, but it's an absolute embarrassment that people are siding with corrupt people who they think are the good guys in this whole thing, and they're not.
I agree. Tony Bruno live from Florida as he joins us today. Was not with us on Wednesday. If you missed the news, Tony will be co-hosting the show with us on Monday. It'll be myself.
Weather permitting, of course.
That's correct.
If I can make it to ShopRite as the can stale, I need some more Progresso soups.
That's right.
When the can at ShopRite and you get 10 for 10,
yeah.
I need the Italian wedding soup. I need the great Progresso soups.
Yeah.
There's no better buy when you're going in the wintertime.
Yeah.
To get the can sale is when you have the Progresso soups.
Yeah.
I used to fill up an entire cabinet. Now I'd like to make my own, but when you can't make your own, you go make it Progresso.
By the way,
Make it yourself.
we're streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT, where Stony McStonepants writes.
Oh, I love that.
Sounds like sounds like Tony took the RFK booster. Did you take the RFK booster?
Ouch.
Stony McStonepants, that's just not right.
That's nice work on
Stony McStonepants. But people are asking about my crumb bum gear.
Yeah.
No, this isn't official.
Oh, look
I
at
actually
that.
I got the crumb bum hat, too. I don't know. Somebody got this for me.
Wow.
It's the crumb bum hat. I got to take my headsets off.
Look at that.
I got the crumb bum hat and the matching crumb bum shirt. And I encourage everybody to collect the entire crumb bum, crumb creep powered collection available down at the Reading Terminal Market. Just go in there, get yourself a DeNix roast pork, walk around, make sure that the SEPTA's running and that the planes aren't stopped and that the Broad Street Roosevelt Boulevard subway hasn't started construction yet and blocks your way into the great Reading Terminal Market. Pick yourself up some crumb bum gear.
That is
the official gear of the Tony Bruno Show.
That is good stuff, Tony. Look at that.
Good work. Now, actually, Tony, we have breaking news, Bruno. I'm getting an email from management. We're having too much fun. There's too many sound drops. We got to get it back to Trump or the Eagles. It's your call.
Let's get it back to Donald Trump and, more importantly, mustard. Mustard in a while.
Speaking of mustard, we'll go from mustard to Christie. I got to get your thoughts on this. The big news, well, not big news, but it is significant this week that the field is starting to thin out a little bit. Chris Christie dropping out, and then badmouths Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, Mr. Mustard, on a hot mic that apparently some people are saying he didn't know about. Your thoughts on Christie taking some pot shots on the way out?
Well, what's else he going to do? He had some pot roast, too, on the way out. But he cleaned out the... I hear that the last place Chris Christie wanted to appear in his final last desperate act to get above 1% of the vote is to go to The View and finally clean out what was left of Whoopi and the gal's green room. I mean, that was it. All this guy did was he would go anywhere that they would ask him, and he would go into the green room and then gorge down and put on the feed bag, and then has that. Did you see that pathetic crowd that he had around him? It was these people, like 10 people who were like, I don't even think they knew who he was.
His wife was behind him.
I know.
His wife was behind him.
Too?
Yeah. They couldn't even fill a room.
It was like friends and family only.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's water over the bridge, I think, now for Chris Christie. I mean, what else is he going to do now?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and the best part about Chris Christie, I actually think he has the power to stop anybody from becoming president. I'm going to dedicate the power that I wasted and the money that you idiots sent me to think that I was going to be able to be the candidate for the Republicans, and I'm going to do everything in my power to stop Donald Trump. What? Block him from going over the bridge in the tunnels like the probe ceasefire Palestinian crowd? That's the only way it can stop anybody, by laying across the Holland Tunnel entrance and keeping them from going over the bridges into New York City. That's his way of stopping Donald Trump.
Exactly.
As a physical barrier.
Bruno, I know we're going to be doing a show together on Monday, so you and I will break down the Eagles Buccaneers on Monday for 4 straight hours.
It's too early now, Nick.
4 consecutive hours.
You won't. No, you won't.
Can we beat Baker Mayfield?
No.
The big story right now is the weather. I mean, this Dolphin game, they're talking about wind chills of like 30 below zero.
Yep.
This weather is so dangerous that even the stadium, even the beautiful booth up there at Dee Ha Stadium in Kansas City, even what's her face is saying that I don't even have enough furs and coats and things. She's mad now. Taylor Swift is mad that because of the ice and snow and cold and weather that she will not be properly seen through behind the glass in this game on Peacock.
That's right. Peacock only.
By the way, the tickets are now going for like $60 to go see that game in Kansas City.
Wow.
I'm not making this up.
Who wants to see it?
People know this is dangerous cold. By the way, they played games in dangerous cold for, a century in the NFL?
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, so you don't have to go to the game if you don't want to. But this really, really hurts Taylor Swift. And I don't know what the Swifties are going to do. First, they got to order Peacock to even see the game.
Yeah.
And then they have to sit there hoping to get a glimpse of Taylor Swift and her other friends who get upset when somebody makes a little joke about them.
Hey,
These are the tough people out there.
Let me ask you this real quickly as we wrap it up here with Tony on a Friday. Stalker made this comment, and I think he's right when he says it, in regards to Peacock charging for you got to have the streaming service to watch that game Saturday night. And you've covered many Super Bowls in your sports career. Is there any doubt that we're heading towards a point in time where the Super Bowl is going to be on pay-per-view?
No, you're absolutely. Listen, they've been teasing this for years, Nick. They've been saying, one day the Super Bowl is going to be a pay-per-view. And you know what? I don't think people would have a problem with that.
Right.
They really wouldn't, because people have parties. And if they're going to make it a pay-per-view event, then I think the NFL puts themselves in a position where then bars can start charging people to come in. They will not be able to tell you can't call it a Super Bowl party, because the only people who are allowed to mention the word Super Bowl are corporate sponsors.
The big
but
game.
If you're going to put it on pay-per-view, I think they're going to have a lot of lawsuits. I know they have the antitrust exemption. They're running into dangerous territory. Listen, the NFL knows that they could put themselves on anywhere and people will still see it. But this whole Peacock thing, I have Peacock because I got it for free when I joined Walmart Plus, I think. I'm not kidding. I joined Walmart Plus, and then I got Peacock for free. That's the only reason I have it. You think I'm going to pay for Peacock?
No, not at all. I only have it for
So if you want it
pay-per-view.
for free, I think if you go to Walmart today and beat the rush for the next impending snowstorm. When is the next snowstorm coming, guys? I don't have the
Tuesday-ish,
local
I
traffic
think,
and weather.
right?
Next Tuesday,
When is
but
it?
tonight's the rain.
Yeah.
Tonight's rain, next Tuesday, snow.
Fun.
All right, well, we'll go before the snow comes. A little bit of rain, man. Well, the ground is very saturated.
Yep.
And so is my brain right now. I think if you go out and get Walmart Plus, they will give you 6 years of free Peacock
I've heard
just for joining.
All right, Tony, rest up. We will reconvene Monday. And don't forget, Tony, even though you're in Florida, I know it's still the same time zone, but
We start at 6 a.m.
we start at 6 a.m., sir.
Dude, I was there at 5 a.m. I was there before the rest of the staff when we were in Philly. Nobody was awake when I showed up.
Yep.
I think
Exactly right.
Phil was the only guy there.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Phil's out there printing
Lorenzo
papers.
didn't show up till 6:30.
Oh, that is wrong.
Oh, my poor Anthony.
Anthony, you are fired.
All right, brother. Good stuff. Have a good weekend.
All right, guys.
There he is.
Be careful out there.
We love you.
will.
Love you, man.
There he
Recover,
is.
heal.
The number one crumb bum himself, Tony
Aw.
Bruno. Look at that. With the Kelly green colors, by the way.
Nice.
Nice little touch. All right, final hour on the way. Dawn will have a big 3. We've got our morning mystery movie clip and a lot more. 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. Always the loosest hour of the week. Stay right there. We're back after this.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. To celebrate a cultural phenomenon requires more than 1 year of events. I reference the 50th anniversary of hip-hop culture that first emerged in the South Bronx, New York, among African American and Latino American youth. The good news is that hip-hop has now grown into a global multi-billion-dollar phenomenon. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/good news today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week, use public transportation like buses or trains, combine errands to make fewer trips, and take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434. 800-990-3434.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is radio, people.
9:02, it's Kayal and Company, having fun on a Friday. Very, very busy work week as we put a bow on another week of broadcasting excellence. Dawn show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll find out what she has on tap, find out who won Twitter and YouTube today. Cut sheet part due, morning mystery movie clip as well. One more chance to secure a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show from tomorrow through the following Sunday, January 13th through the 21st. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. We've heard a lot in the news over the last couple of weeks about DEI programs locally, nationally. Wait till you hear this story coming out of Johns Hopkins and their hospital and what they are pushing for the month of February coming up with their word of the month and who these people fall under, what category of people fall under the word of the month. Your head's going to explode when you hear this story. This is wild. Elon Musk has sounded off on it, as has Donald Trump Jr., so we'll get to that story, and it is just one that's going to make you very, very outraged, I would imagine. So we'll get to that as we continue this morning, but we did not get to actually a big three in the 8 o'clock hour, but we do have one here in the 9 o'clock hour. 9:03, time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Big Three at 9, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. Number one, more measles, alerts and warnings. We've talked about this week in Philadelphia, health officials sounding the alarm, something we haven't seen in many decades. All of these measles cases that are suddenly arising in our area. So we know there were 8 confirmed cases started in a daycare in our area. Now Delaware health officials say they've identified between 20 and 30 people who, yes, they confirm were exposed to a measles patient. So this happened late last month. We're just hearing about this, but now they're sounding the alarms here. So this one happened when somebody brought a sick loved one to Nemours Children's Hospital in Wilmington, Delaware, and this happened on December 29th. So now they say the measles patient was not showing symptoms at the time, but yes, was indeed infectious. So they're very concerned. We're seeing these warnings going out now because they now are realizing who was exposed. So we have known exposures, confirmed exposures this is the state of Delaware, but we also have in Delaware County, outside, this is Pennsylvania side, obviously, Delaware County, Montgomery County, Philadelphia County. And so now we know that this is such a highly infectious obviously it's 100%, preventable. That's what's frustrating here.
It's a vaccine that actually does work.
Because it's an immunization.
Right. It ends. It stops. Like remember when Fauci said COVID stops with you with the shot? No, this one actually really does.
Yeah. This one. So I wish, to your point, I wish we would change the labeling to, and that's a great point.
Yeah.
Immunization rather than a sort of a flu vaccine.
That's right.
That helps mitigate the symptoms.
Big difference there.
They're urging people, if you think that you were exposed, in this case, Nemours Children's Hospital in Wilmington, Delaware, between 6 a.m. and noon that day, December 29th, they're begging people, please, they want to hear from you. Because this is so highly infectious and could be deadly for especially babies.
And we reported yesterday, actually NBC News reported the other day, that this was quote-unquote imported by a child who was out of the country. Imported, which means that
like a good cheese.
It came from somebody who I believe is not an American citizen. Correct?
And came up from the southern border.
And then that infected children in a daycare that their dumb parents decided not to get them the MMR vaccine.
Yeah, we have enough going around in daycares already, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't need this.
But they don't give the MMR to babies under a year. And so if somebody, let's say, had a 6-month-old baby at a daycare and they have done everything right and they're on schedule with their pediatrician, that 6-month-old baby that baby's life is in danger. And this is life and death. So I know they're reaching out to, all the communities that made English is not their first language. They're doing all of that right now. But this, they want to shut this down. This is making national news.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what it's like in other daycares, but like our daycare, they want to know like all the immunizations you have.
Right.
And if you're not up to date, if your kids are not up to date, they don't want you in there.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the way it should be. Absolutely, 1,000%.
This number 2 in our Big Three, sponsored by Piazza, is referencing trophies. People who do something naughty or do something that maybe they'll regret, they get away with it, but they took a trophy home and then they put it on social media.
Oh, what is this, like the Hunter Biden trophy?
This is the allegation against a local man arrested in Chester County, Pennsylvania, who federal prosecutors say returned home to Pennsylvania after taking a souvenir to remember after his role in the January 6th situation.
So he posted it on social media then?
He took home a street sign. It said area closed, and it had stickers on it. This is according to authorities. It had stickers on it that said property of Capitol Police. He's identified as Ian McBride. So he was just arrested 3 years later, by the way, because he took home that area closed sign, and he has, his man cave down in the basement with his bar.
Right.
He put up that sign in the bar, and And this is how the feds, it tells you they're scrolling through social media.
Well, this is incredibly stupid by this guy. Why? That's like robbing a bank and then going on social media and showing the pile of money that you stole and the gold bars. Maybe you've channeled your inner Bob Menendez and you went to social media to say, "Hey, look at what I just pulled off. Here's $400,000 from Wells Fargo." He deserves to go to. You know what? Go to lock him away. You go to jail for being stupid.
Well, I mean the FBI. So this is after 3 years. This 43-year-old man who's the manager of a Chester County home renovation company, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's charged with misdemeanor counts, including disorderly conduct on restricted grounds and theft of public property. Yeah. So here's what I would love to know. How much of our tax dollars did the feds spend on this 3-year search for somebody who they charged with a misdemeanor?
Oh yeah, I agree. The allocation of resources for this is just absurd.
Right?
But you know what? You lose a little bit of points here when you post it on Twitter. And you stole a sign. There's never been a moment in my life where I said, I'd like to take that stop sign down and take it home with me. These people.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
I know, but I'll just remind you that when in the city of Philadelphia, when we were ultimately, they had to bring in the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
And the buildings were where I live. All the shops were boarded up, buildings closed down. That summer of all of the riots and mayhem that happened here, billions of dollars in property damage and business losses, and about 1,000 people who committed violent acts and looted and burned things and hurt cops. Those individuals were given a free pass.
Oh, I know.
They were arrested by the cops, but then they were let go because they were swept up in a lot of emotion.
Right. It's awful.
Equal justice.
No, it's definitely 2 tiers.
I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
Number 3. You know what? Number 3, can we just talk about our friend Jimmy Fallon?
Oh, absolutely.
Number 3 for the big 3.
Debut this weekend, right?
Yes. This is Saturday night, and he's really part of our family and the WPHT family. Greg Stocker found him when he was a cabbie, basically, and had him fill in, and he was a comic, and he's kind of like Sean Farash. It was somebody and I credit Greg Stocker for
Thank you.
I mean, honestly, for helping in his discovery process.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nice work out of Greg.
So I just feel like we're part of his journey, and I'm just rooting for him. I know I'll be watching.
Think about this. I mean, it's going to be cheaper to watch Jimmy Fallon than it is to watch the Chiefs Dolphins. So if you pay for Peacock or watch Fallon for free,
it's a very good point.
I'll go Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy. I wonder if he'll let me share in his newfound riches since that I put him on locally here in Philadelphia. Just saying.
Stocker kind of has a little track record here of finding people.
That's right.
I do.
It's really
He
weird.
does.
Yeah.
You should be an agent. Take 10%. You know.
Yeah, but this is radio, so 10% of nothing is nothing.
Well, this will be a new definition of 10% for the big guy.
Exactly.
Stocker's the new big guy. It's not Joe Biden anymore.
Well, we want to thank Piazza Auto Group for sponsoring us and keeping us here afloat. At Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester, you get 0% APR. Yes, 0% APR for 36 months on the new 2023 Santa Fe and the new 2024 Tucson. This is for a limited amount of time. Shop online at piazzahyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:14 Friday morning. One last story before we get to our morning mystery movie clip in about 5 minutes. So I have said for about 2 weeks now that I think you're going to start seeing in mass exodus everybody jumping off the DEI bandwagon. Philadelphia Police Department fired their DEI officer who was making $170,000 a year. You're seeing this throughout corporate America. We've seen stories like Lululemon and the founder of that company talking about the toxicity of it. Some of this stemming from Harvard and Claudine Gay, obviously. And on down the list, we've seen people, this scale back, corporate America, Google, big tech, 44% cut in 2023 in DEI job postings. November of last year, 2023, year over year, compared to 2022, we saw a 23% decline. But apparently Johns Hopkins and their hospital at the university did not get the memo, as they published a diversity hit list where its DEI chief claims that all whites, all males, all Christians, all able-bodied people, and English-speaking people are considered privileged. This is a great job of the Twitter feed called End Wokeness exposing this. So you have this Johns Hopkins hospital and their chief DEI officer, Sharita Hill Golden, who was part of the monthly Diversity Digest. That we would call that the MDD for short.
What is it called?
Yeah, I subscribe to Monthly Diversity Digest.
Oh.
The mailman drops it off every week. I don't get Sports Illustrated anymore. I get Monthly Diversity Digest when the mailman comes by.
Oh, my God.
In it, Dr. Hill explains that privilege is the diversity word of the month. And she put out this email. And it's two-part. Let me give you the first part, and then the second part is really going to enrage people. Good. She says, Happy New Year. Welcome to the January 2024 issue of the Monthly Diversity Digest. We're excited to kick off this month with 2 events in celebration of Martin Luther King Jr. We look forward to the 42nd annual MLK commemoration on January 12th. This year, we will be in a new location, the Chevy Chase Auditorium on the East Baltimore campus, and the theme will be, Where do we go from here? Chaos or community? Noted engineer and physician Mae Jamison will be the keynote speaker. Jamison will share her career path and her experience as the first woman of color to travel in space. You can view the event online Monday, January 15th, which is the 2024 MLK Day of Service. You can sign up here, yada, yada, yada. We look forward to working with you this year in the spirit of Dr. King and others to achieve our equity and inclusion goals. There we go. Got to throw the buzzwords in at the end. So then, this is what End Wokeness on Twitter was able to find, and they got this courtesy of a disgruntled hospital employee that was pissed off at seeing this email. And it says the following. The diversity word of the month is privilege. Privilege is a set of unearned benefits given to people who are in a specific social group. Privilege operates on personal, interpersonal, cultural, and institutional levels, and it provides advantages and favors to members of dominant groups at the expense of members of the other groups. In the United States, privilege is granted to people who have membership in one or more of these social identity groups, which includes, but is not limited to, white people. So white people are privileged. Able-bodied people. So those of us that have all functional limbs, we're not in a wheelchair or anything like that, or disabled. That's privilege. Heterosexuals. So if you're a straight man, straight woman, you're privileged. Cisgender people. Males. Just the entire gender. Males. Christians. Middle or owning class people. So,
owning class.
Right. If you're fortunate enough to own a home, I guess you're considered privileged. I mean, nowadays you got to have 2 or 3 jobs to buy a home in the Biden economy, but that's privilege. Middle-aged people in general, so just your random 45-year-old, you're privileged. And if you speak English, you are privileged. So on down the list, she goes on to say, privilege is characteristically invisible to people who have it. So you see, here's where we are, guys. If we're so privileged, we don't even know we're privileged.
Yep.
And that's what we can't see, that anybody that's not straight, white, able-bodied, Christian, middle-aged, owns a home or speaks English, that's where we are thumbing our nose at everybody else because we're so snotty and so spoiled rotten that we're not even aware of the fact that this is such madness. Elon Musk tweeting that this needs to end immediately. Donald Trump Jr. tweets, the rot in racism in higher education goes so much further than Harvard, MIT, and Penn, his alma mater. It has taken over virtually every institution and needs to end now. I mean, let's call this what this is. This is like reverse racism is what it is. And I think it's Vivek Ramaswamy that tweets this out. I think either every day or every week, like the 7 or 8 things, like his core principles. And one of them is reverse racism is still racism. And that's exactly what this is. I mean, could you imagine if any institution tweeted out the opposite of what this lady posted in her monthly Diversity Digest email? I mean, if you sat there and said this about any other group of people, any other sexuality or gender identity or religion or gender or lower class or upper class or people that speak any other language under the sun, not named English, it would be an attack of racism of biblical proportions. But like, they're allowed to do this in this world of DEI make goods, where this is like this drastic overreaction, overcorrection of the market from all the injustices of 50, 100, 200, 1,000 years ago. And like, I don't know, Johns Hopkins, another one of these uppity up institutions that you always hear about. And, you know, it's just, we're going to get to the point where the DEI stuff, and it's not going to happen overnight, but it is happening. I project, I'm going to forecast, by the time 2026 rolls around, this thing is on its deathbed. I mean, it'll still pop up here and there with like the Ivy Leagues, but for the most part, I think this garbage will eventually be gone.
The problem with a lot of this stuff is that this is eventually going to get people killed or hurt, and we saw it with that air traffic control woman, who I believe
Brenda Mooney,
who I believe was a DEI hire, but maybe I'm wrong, but that's just my opinion.
Or maybe a desperation hire.
But what happens when you don't hire the most qualified people for the job, for important jobs like this, and they don't know what they're doing? There's lives at risk for there. And you know, Johns Hopkins, like, you want the most qualified people to be in these jobs, these important jobs, and when they're not, stuff goes wrong.
And the further proof that DEI just doesn't work, you ever notice it's only DEI initiatives and ESG and social credit scores. It's all with these big time corporations. Could you, like, no small business owner with a staff of 14 employees is adhering to DEI?
Can you
Because
imagine?
if they did, their business would fold.
Yes.
They would be, because believe it or not, and yes, it's an awesome idea, and a lot of people would love to be their own bosses, but most small business owners are not living lavish lifestyles.
Right.
You know, like, they have freedom, they have a little bit of disposable income, but for the most part, they're living paycheck to paycheck, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's very rare that you find a small business owner, unless they're an heiress or something, unless they inherited. Very rarely do you find that small business owner who is a Democrat. To be perfectly blunt about it, because they understand that these kinds of policies have huge ramifications, and essentially all you have to do is look right around. Look at Philadelphia. Look at your local community, wherever. And if you're on the Odyssey app, and I don't care where you are in the country, if you were in a place like Philadelphia with the strictest pandemic restrictions, look at all the businesses, small mom and pop businesses, or even medium size, that shut down. That this is a result of policy. We're seeing that policy matters, leadership matters. So,
yeah,
look
it's
around.
Ridiculous. And just to point one last illustration here before we get to the morning mystery movie clip. Could you imagine if the Philadelphia Eagles had a DEI initiative with their 53-man roster? Could you imagine if Jeffrey Lurie said, "Hey, you know what, Howie Roseman, moving forward, of the 53-man roster, 27 players have to be white"? Could you imagine how mediocre
or women
how immediately
that might
awful,
be entertaining,
and maybe they would actually be better than the current Eagles over the last 7 weeks, because they can't beat anybody. But could you imagine in pro sports, like in the NBA? Imagine if the Sixers had to have, out of their 12-man roster, 8 guys were white. They would get beat by 50 points a night. It would be awful. Like,
well, not just ethnicity. You could have fun with this.
Yes.
People who are short people. Could do like a Randy Newman song about this one. People who are, people who identify as gender curious.
Yeah. I need 9 guys on the Sixers at 6'3" and under. They're all going to be built like Nick Kayal. They'd get blitzed.
Yep.
Ridiculous. So, there you go. All right, 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Food truck's a great idea. You know what I mean? I think we take it back to something simple. Let me see if I got something to say anymore. I don't even know.
It's no problem. As long as it's not weird for you. I don't want you to feel like, because you were with Inez and you guys were sleeping together and I was with her and we had this. I came out to LA for a Clippers game once, and I think we had a couple drinks and we went to Islands. I think she had
What happened between the
I don't
two
even,
of
you know what, it doesn't matter. Here's what happened. We're talking about a white-on-white 88 Chevy Grumman food truck. It's a blank canvas for your dreams. I'm gonna have him pull it around. Don't thank me till you see it.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And today's great prize, one more pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. It is coming up tomorrow, Saturday, January 13th through Sunday, January 21st. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie clip, you've got yourself a pair of tickets to the Philadelphia Auto Show. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get our winner, get to part 2 of the cut sheet. And also, one last story of the day. She has not answered 98% of the questions posed to her. Who is she? And what is it about? Details next. Kayal & Company.
How much do you worry about your debt? With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night. Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months. I could be free of debt in no time? That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast. The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better. Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments. Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
One of the best things about Tasty Cake snacks is you can enjoy them anytime, anywhere. Like in the morning, dipping sticks with a cup of coffee is a quick, tasty way to kickstart the day. And for work or school, it just makes sense. What kid wouldn't be all smiles after having pecan swirls as a lunchtime pick-me-up? Even in the car, Philly traffic isn't so bad when you have Crimpets for the road. Tasty Cake, delicious anytime, anywhere. Grab your favorite Tasty Cake treats today.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn Macnow and Ray Dittinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University January 26 and 27 and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT HD, and on the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal Company, 9:31 Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day or weekend. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter and YouTube today. Also, what's on the cut sheet part due, and if you missed the programming announcement, coming up on Monday, Greg and Dawn will be off, and Tony Bruno will be co-hosting all 4 hours with yours truly. So we look forward to having Tony on for 4 hours. Hopefully he continues to feel better. He typically joins us on Wednesday, but he joined us today because he was under the weather. So
he was in the hospital, right?
Yeah. And then he had to take prednisone, or he had an allergic reaction to prednisone, and then they gave him those cough pearls. You ever get those cough pearls when you have a real bad cough that you can't shake? I swear to God, those cough pearls never work. They're like little yellow. They almost look like Tic Tacs, and they're just atrocious. They're like, doctor will give you, he's like, here, take 20 of these cough pearls. Only use one every 6 hours. They're very strong, and they never work. I've had them heard of them times.
I've never heard of them.
I don't know what the actual medical name for them are, but they just look like these little cough pearls that you swallow. So
it's very unusual to be allergic to steroids.
Mm-hmm.
So there was probably a reaction.
Yeah.
I only know it because I have an asthmatic kids, and steroids are life-saving.
Yep.
And they usually, for those of us who work in this industry where you have to have your voice, that usually does the trick.
Yep.
But I've been praying for him. I was worried about him.
Yeah.
Thank God for Miss Robin.
I know. So Tony will be with us on Monday. We will talk a lot of sports. We will not have any fun, and we'll play too many sound drops.
That's not true.
We don't care about the climate.
Exactly. So that'll be fun. All right.
Did you guys see, speaking of that, because we're getting ready for the Travis Mannion, did you see that beautiful article about Lane Johnson and Travis Mannion on the cover of the Inquirer?
No.
It's really, they
That's coming up. We're almost, March is going to be here before you know it.
And I have to ask Greg Stocker because my sons for school, they're required to do like public service, especially. So, like, can David come and volunteer?
Sure, absolutely.
Be Greg Stocker's servant and earn some public service hours.
I like it. I need a
Stocker's servant.
I need a servant.
He's a P1 of Kayal and Company.
By the way,
Thank you.
Lane Johnson, I have it confirmed that he will make an appearance at this year's Travis Mania Foundation.
Oh, he will?
He will?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I'll be sure to ask him, how did you lose 7 of your last 8 games?
You shush.
Oh, can you imagine?
Hey, what's the deal? Is Nick overrated? No, Nick Sirianni, not this Nick. Yeah. All right. Let's get our morning mystery movie clip winner in here. We've got Jerry in Wilmington who's got the movie correctly identified. Jerry, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you?
Good morning. That's The Chef.
The Chef.
The Chef. That is correct. Not to be confused with The Chief. They play tomorrow night. Jerry, good job. You've got yourself the tickets for the Philadelphia Auto Show.
Thank you. I've used those gold pearls when I had COVID. They worked pretty good.
Did they work for you? I've had them a couple of times, and they never seem to work for me. I don't know. I must have like an itchy trigger finger, so to speak, when it comes to the cough. I couldn't shake it.
I had a really bad cough, but it went away after taking.
Well, good for you, Jerry.
Yeah, I've had to use it for a week. I don't know how long you used it, but
yeah, it was about three or 4 days. I think I used them for. So there's Jerry. Cough pearls. Do they work? Poll question.
No.
Put them up on Twitter.
No.
All right.
People didn't like our last poll question about who you'd rather have a drink with.
Oh,
Kamala
Hunter
Harris or
Kamala?
Hunter. Yeah.
Was it
it's
Hunter
because
and a runaway?
nobody
The answer is none of the above.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you can't put Trump in there because he doesn't drink.
Well, it's true. He does not. He just eats burgers. All right. Hey, everybody's got a vice. His is fast food. God bless him. Who might have?
Not now. Melania's got them. No fast food. No Mar-a-Lago buffet.
Really?
That's why he's lost. Because.
Don't subscribe to the email. She doesn't get Diversity Digest. She gets Melania Monthly.
That's right. Melania.
You think he listens to that?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I think because Melania.
Hey, well,
look at Melania. She's looking good.
Golf season's coming up. You got to cut out the bad food if you want to look good on the course.
Well, then I have a steak, a university, and a wine to sell you.
Oh, Stocker Steaks.
Stocker Steaks.
Oh, here
that's actually got a ring to it.
Robin says that's the name of it. Benzonatate pearls. BENZONATATE. Yes, those are the ones. Apparently, they worked for Tony. So Robin decided to check in. She'll be checking in Monday for 4 hours as well. All right, are we ready? Let's get to our morning mystery.
We love you,
what's
Robin.
on the morning mystery? Where am I? Here?
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
It's not.
What's going on?
Hold on a second.
We still have 25 minutes left, buddy.
Yeah, I just
don't check out for the weekend.
No,
yet,
I
bud.
didn't check out.
All
It's
right.
what do we do? It's the cut sheet. Yeah, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Well, what's on the cut sheet? Part 2 on this Friday. Sponsored by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up. Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit their website at TommyD's.com. That's TommyD's.com. TommyD's.com. Thank you, Tommy D's, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. So I want to. So we talked about this, what happened overnight or late last night in the Middle East, right, Nick? You talked about it in the 6 o'clock hour.
Yes.
I want to kind of combine that with what is happening with Secretary Alston. He was, he had prostate cancer. He went in for surgery. There's some complications. The White House didn't know for like 8 months. I don't know. So this morning on Morning Joe, I'm going to go to cut 11 here, Phil. This morning on Morning Joe, the Pentagon spokesperson says that the secretary has been actively engaged in overseeing and directing the strikes that we saw last night. For those of you just tuning in this morning, they bombed Yemen.
Yeah.
The Houthis, which is, basically the Iran.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Hootie and the Blowfish.
Right.
The Houthis.
Right.
The Houthis or Houthis?
Houthis.
Houthis.
I have a question for both of you after that.
Yes, sir.
After this. So let me play this and then we'll go. This is cut 11, Phil, go.
So they do. I want to ask General Ryder a particular question that's on all of our minds. The Pentagon announced that Secretary of Defense Austin gave the final approval for these strikes from his hospital bed at Walter Reed. I want to ask first how soon the Secretary of Defense will be back at the Pentagon in his office, and whether you can share with us any early lessons learned for you personally or for the Department of Defense from the episode we've been through and the questions of notification about his illness.
Yeah, so first of all, the Secretary is recovering well. We don't have a date yet in terms of when he'll be released from the hospital. Of course, we'll keep folks updated. But he's been actively engaged in overseeing and directing the strikes that we saw last night. On Tuesday, when the Houthis were conducting their complex attack, he was participating in a meeting with the chairman and the CENTCOM commander to monitor that activity. Spoke with the president twice over the last 72 hours, as well as conducting multiple calls each day with the CENTCOM commander, the chairman, as well as the national security advisor. And as you highlight, he gave the order yesterday afternoon to conduct these strikes. In terms of what we've learned,
so let me ask you guys that. Yeah. Let me ask you guys a question about this, because we talked about this, about how war is profitable. War is it helps a incumbent administration with sagging poll numbers. It can also help kind of change the narrative from, hey, look at our military is inept because our commander in chief didn't know that the defense secretary was ill. Look at how powerful we are because we just bombed the living out of.
Yeah.
Any validity to that? I'm just asking a question.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I'm just not buying what he's selling there. I mean, what's next? They're going to tell us that while he was under general anesthesia, he was working remotely with his laptop. I mean, come on. And this is also proof of how incompetent this administration is, because the Biden administration, 1 month in February of 2021, who did they decide to remove from the terror list? The Houthis. So here you are now 3 years later, and we're waging war and conducting missile strikes against these little ragtag operation that they are.
And the weird thing is, too, that now that this happened overnight, who's reacting? The far left.
Yep.
And they're furious with President Biden.
Jayapal came out and was just like, this is unacceptable. Like the whole thing, so I just think that there's a little more to this than meets the eye. Maybe I'm a cynic, but I just feel like with all of this news clouding the defense secretary, and is he up to the job? Is he, having these conversations with the commander in chief? And then all of a sudden, like, well, no, he was directing these strikes.
Yep, that's correct. And it's been a very busy week for Jayapal. She earlier this week said that the former commander-in-chief incited an erection.
Last night on CBS Evening News, immigration takes center stage at the Iowa caucus was the name of this little news package that they put together. CBS reporter Ed O'Keefe scolded DeSantis for using the, as he quotes, vilifying term illegal immigrant. This is Cut 13. This is how Evening News sounded last night because you didn't watch it. Cut 13, go.
In Iowa, a top issue of concern for Republican voters is the future of immigration and border security.
Yeah, the border is a big issue.
Open border is not a good thing.
Candidates speak about it frequently.
The border is a disaster, the worst border in history.
And offer solutions.
Instead of catch and release, we're going to go to catch and deport.
But some use terms that vilify undocumented immigrants.
We have a program to transport illegal aliens to sanctuary jurisdictions.
Nationwide, Americans are increasingly concerned about the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border. Nearly half say it's a crisis. The issue is a long-standing concern for Republicans, but there's increased worry among Democrats and independents. The reality here is that Iowa's 3 million residents are overwhelmingly white, and the state's strong economy needs immigrant labor.
Iowans, especially here, would have a very difficult time having anything to eat at dinner time without immigrants, because immigrants are the ones who process the meat, who farm the fields, who cook the food.
Wow.
It's amazing that, and by the way, some of those stats there that they use, that was some of the stuff I had in the big take earlier this week at the border.
Yep.
It's remarkable that the left is worried about what we are calling what is going on here. So they won't use a word crisis, but they will criticize you for saying illegals or aliens or illegal aliens, or they've even tried to make it sound like illegal immigrants is a bad word. So basically you have to use the word migrants, and they don't even like when you use the word illegal on top of migrants. Why don't we focus on the real issue here, and that's actually correcting the root cause of all of this, as opposed to what a Republican governor likes to say what these people are classified as. How about that?
Well, wasn't Kamala getting to the root cause of this?
Well, the Biden administration claimed they were last year. 2023 fiscal year, they spent $40 million and invested in Latino countries to address, quote, the root cause.
I just got off the plane. It's called Air Force Two, from Washington, D.C. to come and visit with you all, because I've been hearing about you. You all are so smart.
You're so smart. I've been on the sauce.
Mayor Adams was on Good Morning America this morning. GMA 3, whatever the hell that is, I guess it's the third hour of Good Morning America. He says that history will reflect how much Governor Abbott has devastated the lives of people because he sent them to New York and made it a crisis on Mayor Adams' doorstep, which he didn't like. So therefore,
Adams has abandoned the idea of bashing Joe because Joe's not going to help. So now he's going back to the initial root cause.
Yep.
Texas governor.
Cut 14, Phil, go.
We've done a great job, but we can't continue to sustain this.
And I do want to ask you, have you spoken directly with the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott?
We reached out and tried to coordinate with just the mean-spiritedness of this governor who has his intentionality of just placing people on buses, compelling them to leave the city. That is why we're taking legal action. When you look at what he's doing, history is going to really reflect how much he has devastated the lives of people. Listen, this is a country of immigrants. The difference between what we did with Ukrainian citizens and other immigrants who have made their way here to this great country is we allowed them to work. This is so anti-Americans that we're telling thousands of people you must come to a country and you can't provide for your children and families. That is not how we are as a country, and that is what is at the heart of this issue. We've never been this way as a country. We should not be this way right now to this group of men and women who are here. If we parole them in, then we should give them the opportunity that every other immigrant has had. And
there we go.
It's amazing. So Joe and his administration are the root cause of this. And then you have guys like Adams or in Chicago. They open up their mouth. Oh, we're a sanctuary city. Hate has no home here. And then all of a sudden you start to realize what border states are dealing with in those communities. And all of a sudden you get mad about it. Well, you know what? Elections have consequences. And I tell you what, every time I hear Eric, and the more I hear Eric Adams, the more I hear Tracy Morgan.
It's so funny.
I swear to God, I just close my eyes and I'm thinking this is like a 1998 SNL bit.
That's hysterical.
Unreal.
All right, that's what I got.
That's all I got, too. All right, 9:47. We will come back, wrap it up with who on Twitter and YouTube today and what's on tap for The Dawn Show. Friday, Kayal and Company, back after this.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-888-959-4495 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-888-959-4495. 1-888-959-4495.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. The Dawn Show coming up in 9 minutes. And we find out what Dawn has lined up for a Friday edition at 10 o'clock.
Oh, man, we have so much. We're jam-packed. So we have Nate Benefield, who's going to talk about that multi-billion-dollar increase that is the answer, according to a bipartisan group of bureaucrats who say the way to fix Pennsylvania's education, more of your money. So we'll look at that. That news came out yesterday afternoon, as remember the big court ruling that happened. Then they launched this big investigation and a commission to figure out how to bring more equality and fix our schools in Pennsylvania. So we'll do a deep dive into that at 10:05. Guy Shiraki, a familiar friend, he's going to weigh in on everything that's happening. And then Andy Bloom in the 11 a.m. hour. We all know Andy and love him. And he used to be here at PHT and is now a big director of a communications company of his own. But we'll talk to Andy, kind of get his take on things.
He's got a column out on democracy and dictatorship, I think, that I saw floating around. So,
yes.
Yeah, there
so
you go.
We'll debrief him on his latest column as well.
Okay, very good. Dawn Show coming up in 7 minutes as we wrap up the day with Who Won Twitter Today. Who won Twitter today?
Who won Twitter?
Eric the Red wins Twitter. This is going to be an audio daily double I'm playing. He says that after hearing that pilot versus the controller, all I'm hearing is Cartman from South Park saying
funny.
this.
I'd be like, hey, you get your bitch ass back in the kitchen and make me some pie.
Eric the Red, my friend, you and Twitter.
That's the best.
I had to pull up that Cartman clip because that is such a great classic Cartman clip.
Remember, she Googled it, folks.
She Googled it.
She Googled it.
Yep.
All right. We want to make some bets on the Eagles since you two will be off Monday.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want to start?
And you said the official number is 3,
Three.
Right?
The line is 3.
Eagles are a 3-point road favorite. The over-under is 43.5 is what I see.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Buccaneers.
Wow.
I like the Buccaneers +3. I like the Buccaneers to win the game outright, so I would take them on the money line as well. I'm going to take Tampa Bay 20, Philadelphia 17.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it comes to an end Monday night. Don't worry, Tony Bruno and I will preview the game for all 4 hours on Monday.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I am going the other way. I think the Eagles are going to win semi-handedly. I will take the Eagles 24 and the Tampa Bay Bucks 17.
Okay, so you have the Eagles by a touchdown.
Yep.
All right, Dawn Stensland.
So I'll be doing my thing on the BetParks app, and I'm looking at the Eagles 27. We prevail by 3. The Bucks 24. So I'm doing 24-27 Eagles.
Okay. 27-24.
Eagles.
John Fetterman approves. All right, you guys are both on Philadelphia. I'm on Tampa Bay. I'll be the villain.
20 spot on the line.
As always.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yep.
And the proceeds go to Travis Manion Foundation.
There we go.
That's correct. And by the way, we got to empty out this tip jar soon. It's starting to overflow. The grammar jar. We should give that to Travis Manion as well. Yeah. All right, that'll do it for us on a Friday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you Monday morning at 6 with Tony Bruno. Until then.
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax